of this international conference, the Dean of the Faculty of Management Sciences, Professor Francis Nwankwo. Please, a round of applause for him. Let's also invite to the head table the former Consular General to China for Nigeria, Ambassador Onwekwe. He is here. Please, a round of applause for him. And the ushers, please do well to help us bring our guests to the head table. Yes, our lead paper presenters are here. I told you that we'll have 3 lead paper presenters. But before them, may we invite to the head table our keynote speaker. It's no less of a person but Dr. Rabiu Olowo. He is the Executive Secretary and CEO of Financial Reporting Council of Nigeria. Please, a round of applause for our keynote speaker. Let's also invite to the head table one of our resource persons for the day in the form of a lead paper presenter. I told you we'll have 3. And seated already, we have Chief Oster Chidoka, OFR, the former Minister of Aviation and Aerospace Development. Please, a round of applause for him as we usher him to the head table. We also have Major General Charles Ofoche, retired but not tired. He's one of our lead paper presenters. He is the former DG, Defense and Research Bureau and Army War College of Nigeria. Let's invite him to the head table. Please, a round of applause for him. All right, we'll continue with the retinue of let's make welcome to the head table the chairman of the occasion, a former commissioner for industry in Anambra State, the delectable Mr. Christian Udechukwu. Please, a round of applause for him. We're also expecting the arrival of Lady Dr. Ada Chukwudozie, board chairman, Keystone Bank Limited. Let's also invite to the head table Professor Pascal Oguno, MNI, from the Chukwuemeka Odumegwu Ojukwu University Faculty of Law. Let's invite him to the high table with a round of applause. He is representing Honorable Dozie Nwankwo Onyendozi. Welcome, Prof. Also, it is right for me to equally recognize our great scholars that are here. Some of them are still on their way. Professors of the Department of Accountancy. We recognize Professor Pius Okoye. He is the former Dean of the Faculty of Management Sciences, also a member of the Governing Council, and currently the Director of Unizik Business School. I saw him a while ago, and he's running around trying to dot the I's and cross the T's. There are various scholars that are here already who do well to recognize them. I can see Professor Dennis Aribodo, the ASUU Southeastern Zonal Rep. Please, a round of applause for him. I can also see Professor Patrick Ebunike, also a scholar in the Department of Accountancy. A round of applause for him. Please, protocol-wise, let's do well to ensure you give me the names of the scholars that are here so I can recognize them appropriately. I am not from the Department of Accountancy. I am from the Department of Chemical Engineering. So I may not know all the names, but with your help, I'll do well to recognize them appropriately. Once again, I equally inform you that we're expecting to have our special guest of honor in the person of the #2 citizen of Anambra State, His Excellency Dr. Onyekachukwu Ibezim. We hear he is on his way. Also, the Vice Chancellor will be here in no distant time. The Vice Chancellor of Nnamdi Azikiwe University, Professor Ugochukwu Bon Stanley Anye here, will be here. He is the chief host of this event. Also anticipate to have the Attorney General and Commissioner of Justice of Anambra State, Barrister Tochukwu Nweke-san. We equally anticipate the arrival of a Lifetime Achievement awardee. Yes, one of the awardees in the accounting discipline, Emeritus Professor Benjamin Choka Osisioma. He will also be here, I've been informed. May I also recognize the head Department of Accountancy. She is serving as the co-host of this international conference, Professor Onyinye Ene. Please, a round of applause for her. Also recognizing professors in this department, we have Professor Charles Ezawa. Please, a round of applause for him. We'll have Professor Tochukwu Okafor. Please, a round of applause for him. Professor Theophilus Okebwe, a round of applause for him. Professor Okenwa C.Y. Obodo, a round of applause for him. Professor Ima Okoye, that's the tallest man in Nnamdi Azikiwe University. Please, a round of applause for him. Professor Chinedu Onyizugbe, please, a round of applause for him. I will also recognize the former heads of the Department of Accountancy. Yes, I know some of them. I know Dr. Nestor Amahalo is a former head. A round of applause for him. Dr. Chilotam John Akamelu is also a former head. A round of applause for her. Very shortly, we will be commencing officially. And in our order of a program of events, which is already on, recognizing dignitaries, inviting them to the head table. We'll be having the chairman's opening remark, the remarks by the HOD, the remarks from the dean, declaration of the event opened by the vice chancellor, keynote address, and then we'll be hearing from our lead paper presenters. Ladies and gentlemen, please may we rise to welcome the #1 citizen of Nnamdi Azikiwe University, Professor Ugochukwu Bond Stanley Anye here, the Vice Chancellor of Nnamdi Azikiwe University. Mr. Vice Chancellor, sir, we welcome you, sir. May I also recognize the presence of the university bossa, Mr. Gozie Eguatu. Please, a round of applause for him. Recognizing the professors of the department, Professor Austin Odum, Professor Nkechi Ojiago. Please, a round of applause for her. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, once again is the 7th International Conference of the Department of Accountancy. The theme is Shaping Africa's Future Through Accounting, Governance, Technology, and Sustainable Business Management. Please may we rise to take the national anthem and the university anthem.
Truth and justice reign in peace, oh, back to honor it, and this we count as gain, to hand unto our children a banner without stain.
While still standing, may I respectfully invite Reverend Canon Tochukwu Akebobi to give us the opening prayer.
Let us pray. In Jesus' name we pray. Almighty God, we thank you for bringing us once again in this occasion for an international conference organized by the Department of Accountancy. Thank you for the gift of life, for your mercies, and for your goodness that we have seen in our lives and families. Father, we ask this day that wisdom shall sit in today's gathering. That every paper presented, and every speaker, every panel, baptize them, Lord, with insight that governs nations. Let solution come that heal economies. And let integrity be the atmosphere at the end. We declare that this conference will not just end in paper presentation, but it will birth policies, purpose, and prosperity through Jesus Christ our Lord.
You may be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, I welcome you to the 7th International Conference of the Department of Accountancy, UNIZIC, in collaboration with the Financial Reporting Council of Nigeria. And with the permission of the Chairman and the Vice Chancellor, may I once again, protocol-wise, recognize the members of the head table in no order. In no order. I recognize the presence of the keynote speaker, Dr. Rabiu Olowo, the Executive Secretary and CEO of Financial Reporting Council of Nigeria. Please, a round of applause for him. We recognize the #1 citizen of the university, our chief host, Professor Ugochukwu Bond Stanley Anye here, the Vice Chancellor of Nnamdi Azikiwe University. A round of applause for him. Recognizing the chairman of the occasion, Mr. Christian Okonkwo, the former Commissioner for Industry. Please, a round of applause for him. Let's also recognize our lead paper presenters. We have 3. Chief Osida Chidoka, OFR, the former Minister of Aviation and Aerospace Development. Please, a round of applause for him. Professor Suleiman Arewa, Professor of Accounting and Finance from the Nasarawa State University of Kefi. Please, a round of applause for him. Let's also recognize also here, as part of the head table, Major General Charles Ofoche, retired but not tired, a former Director General, Armed Forces Research and Development Bureau. A round of applause for him. And the Royal Father of the Day is also here and seated. I have His Royal Highness Sir George Onwogo Igwe Orachile 1 Nanogo. Please, a round of applause for him. He also came with his cabinet members. May I also recognize the members of the 4th Estate of the Realm that have been here. I also recognize the ASUU chairman, Dr. Innocent Nnobia, is here. Please, a round of applause for him. May I crave your indulgence to please proceed to the head table. Let me equally inform us that the chairman of the occasion today is currently, he has a new portfolio. He is the special advisor to the governor of Anambra State on investment, and I recognized him earlier on as a former commissioner for industry in Anambra State. Once again, a round of applause for him. At this juncture, may I invite the chairman of the occasion, Mr. Christian Udechukwu, for his opening remarks.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Mr. Vice Chancellor, distinguished Professor Bond IHA, honored to be before you. Distinguished members of the accounting profession, Dr. Rabiu Olowo, Executive Secretary, CEO, Financial Reporting Council, our authentic Field Marshal, most distinguished Minister, Iko Bosi, Professor Chidoka, a distinguished thought leader, and Major General Charles Ofoje, a research leader, our able ambassador, incoming Igwe, and His Royal Majesty, and distinguished members of the panel, all present at the high table, distinguished members of the audience, I bring you greetings on behalf of the good government of Anambra State. I bring you greetings on behalf of Mr. Governor, Professor Chuma Charles Soludo, CFR,
members of the Executive Council, I am very honored to be here today. My name is Christian, Udechukwu Christian. I am Special Advisor to the Governor on Investments, and I am former Commissioner for Industry. And considering the theme of today's conference, which is Shaping Africa's Future through Accounting, Governance, Technology, and Sustainable Business Management, we have here today the right caliber of thought leaders who will do justice to this particular topic. Permit me to say that accountants globally, all over the world, accountants have a primary duty of establishing financial transparency, ensuring regulatory compliance, and also enhancing capital allocation within any environment that they find themselves in. And in essence, you cannot create wealth without accountants. You can't build a nation or a state without accountants. And we can't create the Africa of the future without accountants. Why? Well, because they're the ones who promote financial intelligence, financial integrity, and they are the ones who give confidence to whatever numbers that is put out there for any organization, for any sub-sovereign state, for any sovereign state, or for the continent for that matter. And therefore their role is a very important one. It shapes taxation and fiscal policy, which is how you generate the money that you use to do everything else that you want to do. And that is how the continent, Nigeria, Anambra State, UNIZIC, is able to ensure that it is actively working towards achieving the Sustainable Development Goals. In essence, we cannot do without accountants. One of the things that I will do, my closing remark now, is to urge everybody here present to apply more imagination to the role of accounting. There are rules, there are policies, but we need more imagination, thinking outside of the box. And Mr. Chairman at Financial Reporting Council, this is a very important assignment for yourselves. We need the accountants to think outside the box. We need you to do beyond your duty, as it were, of care. And what does that mean? Well, there's a lot of work to be done in valuing entities that are not yet on the capital market and ensuring that their owners know what the value is so that we can create more wealth in the night. You know, we have new trillionaires now, and we should have trillionaires in Nigeria. And we cannot have them if we don't have accountants doing the numbers. So that's the new assignment. Ladies and gentlemen, without much ado, I'd like to, on the strength of my short comment, not interfere too much with what everybody on this table will have to say. I'd like to welcome everybody once again and to declare today's conference open.
Please, a round of applause for the chairman of the occasion, Mr. Christian Udechukwu, the special advisor to the governor of Anambra State on investment. Odiwakande Department of Accountancy, Nwegoji. Chairman, sir. You may please wish to direct for the Etuage Sime Hebasa Lodge. While deliberating on that, may I recognize the presence of Chief Dr. Godwin Ifeanyi Chukwu Okafor, Okpala Anyanwu Ọha, one of Isuofia, ably represented by his son Ifeanyi Chukwu Okafor and his entourage. A round of applause for him. Reverend Father Dr. Patrick Okafor, Director, Center for Career Development, Chukwu Emeka Odumegwu Ojukwu University, Warian, is here being represented by Sir Christ Onodugo. Please, a round of applause for him. Well, like I told us already, now the Department of Accountancy, the Dean of the faculty, that's the father of the faculty, the Dean of the Faculty of Management Sciences, will present the kola nut to the #1 citizen of the university, the Vice Chancellor, Professor Ugochukwu Bond Stanley. Anye here. Man ihe gbasala ọjị a na-efi aka n'anya wee na-eme.
My VC, sir. Now, Oji, Department of Accountancy, wetere Kenyan DOBI. Those.
They want to. This thing does not hear Igbo, does not hear English, but here we permit it to hear broken English. So it will be hearing broken English because this place is a university. So, okay, I've not seen the ears, but it will understand broken. So as I talk, these people, they bring kola nut, say, make we take welcome you people. But me here, and I've used where I be, this occasion again, Conde confusing. You get person where they say be chairman. You get Zebodiah, he be chairman one place, he go, say one carry chair, go. I don't know whether they did it now. Then we get Eze again, where the whole kola, now for a hand, where it go end. But my own power, make I give the person where be chairman, make you show the people, say, kola don't come.
Mr. Vice Chancellor, I want to thank you for this honor. Ohaneze, I will lodge Your Royal Majesty, this is actually. Able Ambassador, there's a no, please. But the Vice Chancellor as host. Co-direct say, sorry, I'm going to hand the kola nut back to the Vice Chancellor. Okay. I go give the Vice Chancellor the kola nut as the Ogawe in house. Make it decide how they go share them and who go break them. Please, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Vice Chancellor, thank you, sir.
I can make a clap for them. They say, Oji Eze no Eze naka, but I know be Eze. I feel answer Eze, but won't be when Eze day. But you get people who get this land again. We go first collect some people, then we go call one of them, make it come pray for this color because now them get this thing. Me, I go come out from my university. This one now for me. Then after we go share them, because I know say now from your office, maybe you keep some from there. Try to give the Eze. Eze, they say make you take one. The ambassador, they say incoming Igwe. I don't know whether, but make we just do. Incoming no day anywhere. Many people they answer incoming for Nigeria now. Even our eco bossy now incoming somewhere. I hear story. Oh, say why you come late? We say road safety people stop you. Say you don't get fire extinguisher. Give our financial reporting council keynote. Take one. Take one. When you reach, you give Tinubu, and then give Tinubu and give the other. Then our give Iko Bosi. Where the other lead speakers? Give the Major General. This man, I don't remember you again. Give a Mabuinu, give a Mabuinu. Okay, Rico for okay, give him cola, no be Abuinu, no be Abuinu. You get one other man where wear red cap here, why I like where Professor. Give him one, Becky. I just like this here. Boss, I don't take from me and you. Chairman, Soludo they drink palm wine, Nana. Give a Mabin way go take drink palm wine. Okay. So who be the Awka indigene here? We don't. Onyoka no eba. Okay, where did Onyoka no eba? Onyoka. Awka local government, to South, to federal constituency, any of them. Awka South, Awka North. This Bobiago say, I want to Korea. Oh, I can put it on so well. You say a microphone, consider your position.
Diba ekene mulu. Okay, okay. Menye igwe ba ka ogozi oja. Yes.
Igwe ji ọjị n'aka o. Igbo Igbo ya ala anyị mma o. Ọ ya adụ Naịjirịa niile mma o. Ọ ya adụ ndị Awka ibi na fe mma o. Dukwu olu Nnamdi Azikiwe University Community mma o. Oge ọbụla Igwe wetara ọjị, ọ nnukwu ekpere ka ọ na-ekpe. N'isi ndị ya na ya nọ dịka esi wee nọrọ ugbu a n'isi ndị obodo ọ na-achị bụ n'ọgụ wee sị na anyị adị n'o anyị enwe ogologo ndụ nwekwu arụ isi ike akụ na ụba ya adịkwanụ ọ dịgokwanụ maka onye bata na ụlọ akwụkwọ a ọ ga-amụ na a gasịla ego ebe a iwe anyị gbara gbakọrọ ebe a maka ndị Department of Accountancy ama ma kpọtakwara ya Prọfesọ Onyinye ka anyị wee nọrọ ebe a wee sị ọ adịkwa na ya mma ndị Department of Accountancy ana m ajụ unu ike ka m gwazie unu ọ bụrụ na ọ bụrụ akaụntịn nwoke iwe na-awa ọkụnụ ndị mmadụ anyị agbakọ etu esi wee leta ego anyị amakọ etu ya esi wee mme ya wee gawa n'iru So na nna ọjọọ ike. University community, especially VC, I will know them more from my own office here. We could even know who. Mugana Batia. Oh, we can get Kukita. Nothing I will put there. Department of Accountancy, Kabolo faculty. Écoutez-moi bien. Oh, so okay, can you? Maka Africa no nye mo professor. Obu na na ekebute. Odu kwa ma menye head of faculty of dean of faculty of accountancy. Maka ọ na-eme ọfụma. Ịma na ndị polisi ma ndị amị o ma ndị nkụzi onye pụji otinye onye nke ya maka papa bụ isi ebe a na nna atụkwa anya n'oge ndị n'iru na ọ ya ekwe isi ebe a ndị Igbo iwe ji maleba bụ ịgụ akwụkwọ ya na ịzụ afịa ma ndọsị unu ejisikwa ike o a na-anụ afọ unu n'ebe niile ndị akwụkwọ na-agụ na-ekwere ego n'oge ịba yunivasiti ma ọ na-enwere ego o jezuwa na-abịa ọ na-eme ọfụma alụma indọstrị bunetebi ya na ala Igbo nọ ịba ịchọ ndị ụmụ akwụkwọ ndị akaụntansi ana m ekene unu nwere prọfesọs maka prọfesọs nọ ebe a nkụzi ọnụ agbawara so na nna ekene unu enwekwe nnukwu aṅụrị ma a kpọrọ m ka m nọrọ n'ụdị ọnọdụ a wee sị ka anyị dịcha n'o ọ ya dụ Naịjirịa niile mma o ọ ya dụ Anambra steeti mma o ka ndị akpọba n'afọ n'ofu ime anyị na Chukwu ka ọ gọzie anyị ncha niile n'ebe a gọzie ọjị a ji n'aka ka anyị taa anya ọfụma tata arụ ike tata ọganiru si na Jizọs Kraịst afọ onye nwe anyị o.
We'll thank the royal father of the day. We are through with the rituals of the kola nut. While the rituals of the kola nut was on, the university librarian came in, and I'm talking about no less of a person but Professor Jacinta Eze. Please, a round of applause for her. May I also recognize the presence of the Comptroller Nigeria Immigration Service, Anambra State Command, Timothy Umera, ably represented by Esang Charles. A round of applause for him. Also here, we'll have Engineer Uchenna Ihedewa from the FEMA, represented by the MD and CEO of FEMA, Engineer Dr. Chukwuemeka Obasi. A round of applause for him. All right, we'll continue with our program of events here at the 7th International Conference of the Department of Accountancy. May I now invite for his opening remarks the head, the Department of Accountancy, Professor Onyinye Eze, for her remarks. Please, a round of applause for a vibrant and hardworking HOD.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon, members of the high table. I would want to first of all recognize the presence of our amiable Vice Chancellor, Professor Charles, Professor Bond Ugochukwanye here, the Vice Chancellor of the moment. Sorry, sir. We want to also recognize the presence of, I will stay in no particular order this time, my boss, Dr. Rabiolo, the Executive Secretary of the Financial Reporting Council of Nigeria. You're welcome, sir. I recognize the presence of the chairman of this occasion, Mr. Christian Udechukwu, the former Commissioner for Industry, and the brand new Special Advisor to our Executive Governor on Investments. You're welcome, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, I recognize the presence of the lead paper presenter, Chief Osita Chidoka, OFR. Sir, you're most welcome. Thank you, sir, for honoring our invitation. We welcome Major General Charles Ofoche, retired. You're welcome to Nnamdi Azikiwe University, sir. I want to also recognize a very distinguished personality here, a former ambassador to China, His Royal Highness Sir Sam Onkwe. Sir, you're most welcome, Your Excellency. A round of applause for him. We want to recognize the representative of Chief Dozie Wanko. He told us he's not around, but he's going to send a representative. Chief, I miss his name. Sir, you're most welcome, sir. Welcome, sir. Igwe Oranyelo, Orachili one of Nog. Igwe Oka Onwogu, you're most welcome, sir. Dean of the Faculty, Professor Francis Nwankwo. Sir, you're most welcome. Thank you, sir. The special awardees, Chief Okafor is a very special awardee. Welcome, sir. Thank you very much. We want to also recognize, I want to recognize Reverend Father Patrick Okafor. Welcome, sir. The representative of the Commandant of Immigration, Awka, Anambra State. You're welcome, sir. We also recognize the representative of the MD of FEMA, Anambra State. Welcome, sir. The boss of our great university, Mr. Gozie, you say, welcome, sir. Thank you, sir. The entourage of the ambassador, you're most welcome. Thank you very much. Professor Ribodo, thank you for coming. Thank you. All the professors of our department, Professor Charles Ezaba, Professor Patrick Ebunike, Professor Augustine Odum, Professor Tochukwu Okafor. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a college of professors in the accountancy department. You're all most welcome. Without wasting your time, I have a paper already prepared, but I will just go straight to a few things I have here. The theme of our conference, this year's conference, Shaping Africa's Future Through Accounting, Governance, Technology, and Sustainable Business Management, reflects some of the most critical issues confronting our continent today. As Africa continues its journey towards a sustainable growth and economic transformation, the role of sound accounting practices, effective governance systems, technological innovation, and responsible business management cannot be overstated. This conference provides a unique platform for scholars, professionals, policymakers, regulators, and students to exchange ideas, share research findings, and develop practical solutions to contemporary challenges facing business and public institutions across Africa. Our university remains committed to advancing knowledge, promoting innovation, and fostering partnerships that contribute meaningfully to national and continental development. We are therefore proud to host this important gathering of experts and stakeholders whose insights will help shape the future of our profession and our society. I particularly commend the Department of Accountancy and our partners at the Financial Reporting Council of Nigeria. Ladies and gentlemen, I think this is the time again. I think this is the third time I'm saying it, but I will continue to appreciate the Financial Reporting Council of Nigeria. They have supported us through this conference, and my boss here, Dr. Rabiu, when I told him I'll be organizing a conference, he promised to support us. And I want to announce to this distinguished gathering that he has kept his promise and he has supported us with a sum of 5 million naira. So I commend Dr. Rabiu. Thank you, sir. Thank you so very much. I thank and I commend my colleagues at our great department, the Department of Accountancy, for their dedication and commitment to organizing this conference. Your efforts have created an invaluable opportunity for collaboration, for learning, and professional development. To our participants, I encourage you to take full advantage of this rich discussion, presentation, and networking opportunities available throughout the conference. May the knowledge shared here inspire innovative thinking and practical actions that will contribute to a more transparent, accountable, and technologically driven sustainable Africa. Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the Department of Accountancy, I warmly welcome you all and I wish you a successful and rewarding experience. Thank you.
Please, a round of applause for our HOD, Professor Onyinye Ene, for her opening remarks. Thank you very much, HOD Ma. At this juncture, may I invite the Dean of the Faculty of Management Sciences, Professor Francis Nwankwo, for his remarks. Please, a round of applause as he proceeds to the stage.
Yeah, thank you so much. My Vice Chancellor, Chairman of the occasion, thank you. Distinguished keynote speakers, Igwe Orachiliwan Nanogo, I salute you, sir. Invited guests, scholars, researchers, industry practitioners, colleagues, students, ladies and gentlemen.
It is with great pleasure that I welcome all of you to the 7th International Conference of the Department of Accountancy, Faculty of Management Sciences. On behalf of the faculty, I extend a warm welcome to our participants, joining us physically, and of course, those joining virtually from different parts of Nigeria and across the globe. This year's conference, with the theme, Reshaping Africa's Future Through Accounting, Governance, Technology, and Sustainable Business Management, is both timely and relevant. Africa stands at a critical juncture where rapid technological advancements, increasing demands for transparency and accountability, and the pursuit of sustainable development require innovative approaches to management and governance. Accounting remains the language of business and a vital tool for economic growth. When complemented by sound governance structures, emerging technologies, and sustainable business practices, it becomes a powerful driver of development, institutional effectiveness, and societal progress. The future of Africa will depend largely on our ability to harness this interconnected discipline to address contemporary challenges and create opportunities for inclusive growth. The conference provides an important platform for intellectual engagement, knowledge exchange, and the collaborative problem solving. It brings together academics, policymakers, professionals, and industry leaders to share insights, present research findings, and develop practical solutions that can contribute meaningfully to Africa's transformation. I commend the Department of Accountancy for sustaining this important academic tradition and for creating a forum that promotes excellence in research and professional practice. I also appreciate our keynote paper presenters, sponsors, and participants whose contributions make the conference possible. As we deliberate over the next few days, I encourage all participants to engage actively, share ideas freely, and explore opportunities for collaboration that will extend beyond this conference. Let us collectively contribute to building a future where accountability, innovation, good governance, and sustainability become the pillars of Africa's development. With these remarks, I once more welcome you all to the 7th International Conference of the Department of Accountancy. Thank you very much, and God bless you all for coming.
A better round of applause for the Dean of the Faculty of Management Sciences, Professor Francis Nwankwo. Thank you, Professor Francis Nwankwo, the Dean of the Faculty of Management. While he was making his speech, another top dignitary came in. May I recognize the presence of Honorable Dr. Joe Akabike, a former Chief Medical Director, Chukwuemeka Odumegwu Ojukwu Teaching Hospital, Amako, and former Commissioner for Health, Anambra State. Please, a round of applause for him. And I hear that he's here to represent one of the awardees, and the special guest, Dr. Odira Nwankwo, an Associate Professor of Pediatrics. Dr. Joe Akabike, once again, will welcome you. Ladies and gentlemen, we are making progress. At this juncture, we welcome our Vice Chancellor, in a special way, Professor Ugochukwu Bond Stanley Anye here, for his speech and to officially declare this event open.
Mr. Chairman, and my friend, former Commissioner SA, and incoming something I don't know. Our royal father today, our keynote speaker, Dr. Rabi Oluwo, the other lead paper presenters, Ike Ubusi, Professor Arewa, and Major General Foche, my dean, my bossa, I think he has left, and my librarian, my ASUU chairman, HODs, chairman LOC, distinguished guests. I've read the invitation to the program. It says 10 a.m. and we're at 1 p.m. And we have not heard from the keynote speaker. And the day is fast spent. So my duty may just be welcome you, listen to the keynote speaker before I also escape to other important assignments. But like we said today, accountancy is very dear to me. And in the management sciences, I think the last 1 month I created 4 new departments. And I'm hoping that by this time next year, we'll be talking about Faculty of Accountancy. These are part of the things we try to do to deepen and also meet the aspirations of the nation, especially the education needs. I'm happy today. I saw the immediate ambassador from China. I just came back from China yesterday. And even then, we drew up programs that will also enable some of our students to do some courses. In fact, by next week, we will have an office for international collaboration well set up with student mobility, a department with student mobility programs, where we have agreements now that the students can, different programs can go to either Italy, Turkey, China, and UK to do some of their programs. Some of them are going to be in China now. Students stay 2 years. Okay, in Turkey, we are trying to do a program where they can stay 1 year for AI, and for language studies again, we're talking about Italy to see what they can do. And by next month again, if we get the support from some of you here, we'll be able to be starting a program in collaboration with Brazilian government. So some of those are the things we'll do to see how we can expand this university to meet the dreams and aspirations of the person it is named after. My duty is simple: welcome you, declare occasion open, and I've done both. May God bless all of you.
Please, a round of applause for the #1 citizen of the university, Professor Ugochukwu Bond Stanley Anye here. Yes, you've heard 4 programs, and we are anticipating the Faculty of Accounting or Accountancy. Once again, we say welcome to our Vice Chancellor once again back from China, where he had a fruitful interaction with the Xiamen University. And I make bold to say that our Vice Chancellor is an associate accountant. I'm right. A round of applause for our Vice Chancellor. At this point, we are making progress. May we now invite the Executive Secretary, CEO of Financial Reporting Council of Nigeria, who is incidentally our keynote speaker, Dr. Rabiu Olowo. Please, let's welcome him with a round of applause.
The chairman of this occasion, the special advisor to the governor on investment, the vice chancellor of the Nnamdi Azikiwe University, members of the university's governing council, and the Senate, distinguished professors and scholars, let me use the opportunity to recognize very specially the head of Department of Accountancy, Professor Onyinye Ene. Mr. Vice Chancellor, you will join me to thank Professor Onyinye Ene on the successful completion of a very, very important national assignment. She is a member of the Adoption Readiness Working Group for Sustainability Reporting in Nigeria. And she did the assignment with intellect, with candor, and I think the university community owes her a debt of gratitude. The local organizing committee of this conference, our lead paper presenters, very distinguished Nigerians, Chief Barrister Osita Chidoka, OFR, former Minister of Aviation and Aerospace Development. Thank you very much for coming. Major General Charles Ofoche, retired, former Director General Armed Forces Research and Development Bureau. Thank you very much, sir. Our Royal Father, His Royal Highness Sir George Awka Nwogu, the Igwe Orachili Inanagu. Thank you very much, your Royal Father. And lastly, the Ambassador George Collins, former Ambassador of Nigeria to China. Thank you very much for coming. The greatest Nigerian students of the Accountancy Department, I am here because of you. Invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, I'm very, very excited, deeply honored to address this distinguished gathering and to say that this is my first time in Anambra State. I commend the Department of Accountancy of the Nnamdi Azikiwe University for organizing this very important conference and providing the platform to discuss issues that are central to Africa's future. I am from the Financial Reporting Council of Nigeria, the conscience of regulatory assurance. The theme of this conference, shaping Africa's future through accounting, governance, technology, and sustainability business management. It captures the interconnected pillars that will determine the continent's development trajectory. In today's world, sustainable progress can no longer be achieved through isolated interventions. Economic transformation requires strong institutions, transparent reporting, technological innovation, and sustainable business practices, all working together. Africa stands at a defining moment in history. The continent possesses enormous natural resources, a rapidly growing population, and an increasingly youthful workforce. By 2050, Africa is expected to account for a significant proportion of the global population, creating immense opportunities for entrepreneurship. And I am happy that we are in the state of entrepreneurship, the state of innovation, trade, and investment for Nigeria today. However, our demographic advantage alone does not guarantee our prosperity. History has shown that nations succeed not merely because of their resources, but because of the quality of their institutions, governance systems, and development strategies. And let me put it that coming into the university today, I must thank the Vice Chancellor for your leadership. I have had the opportunity of speaking to a number of professors in the department and the business school, and I put it to you that in terms of intellectual equity, you have far, far, far above what you will find in any Nigerian university. The future of Africa will therefore be shaped by deliberate choices. It will depend on our ability to strengthen accountability, attract the right investment, harness technology, and pursue development models that create the long-term value for the society. I listened to the very, very consequential and cheering news of your plan to deliver the faculty of accountancy with excitement. And I want to tell you that the Financial Reporting Council will love to work alongside you to contribute to its future success. Let's look at accounting as a driver for economic transformation. Accounting is often viewed as a technical discipline concerned with recording, reporting, financial transactions. But in reality, it plays a much more broader role. Accounting provides the information upon which investors, lenders, government, regulators, and citizens make decisions. It is one of the foundations of trust in modern economies. Every successful economy depends on credible information. Investors commit resources when they trust financial reports. Financial institutions provide credit when they can rely on disclosures. Policymakers, governments formulate effective strategies when economic information is accurate and transparent. Without reliable reporting, markets become inefficient, risk increase, opportunities for growth are diminished. Research consistently demonstrates that countries with strong financial reporting frameworks attract higher levels of investment. They enjoy lower cost of capital and experience stronger market confidence. High quality reporting reduces information asymmetry, improves accountability, and enhances economic efficiency. For Africa, this reality is particularly important. For Nigeria, it is even more important. The continent faces significant financing requirements to address infrastructure deficit, industrialization needs, and development challenges. Attracting both domestic and international capital requires transparency and confidence in financial information. Accounting should therefore be viewed not merely as a compliance obligation, but as a strategic tool for economic transformation and sustainable development. A view into governance as the foundation for sustainable development. Closely linked to accounting is governance. Without governance, accounting wouldn't be able to thrive. While accounting provides information, governance provides the framework through which decisions are made and accountability is enforced. Around the world, countries and organizations that have achieved sustained and sustainable success, they share one common characteristic, which is what? Strong governance. Their progress has been built on transparency, on accountability, on ethical leadership, effective oversight, and respect for the rule of law. Governance influences how resources are allocated, how risks are managed, and how institutions respond to stakeholder expectations. Effective governance strengthens public trust. It promotes responsible decision making. It improves operational efficiency. It reduces corruption, waste, and loss of confidence. In today's increasingly complex environment, governance has become even more critical. Organizations must navigate economic uncertainty. Now, today we talk about climate-related risks and opportunities, technological disruption, geographical development, geopolitical issues, evolving stakeholder expectations. Addressing these challenges requires governance systems that are accountable, that are resilient, and forward-looking. For many African economies seeking to compete in global markets, strengthening governance frameworks must remain at the core of our strategic priorities. Good governance is simply not a regulatory requirement. That's not what it should be. It shouldn't be just the ticking of the box. It should be a source of competitive advantage that enhances investor confidence and supports sustainable economic growth. A look at technology and the future of accountability. The world is experiencing a technological revolution. Before now, the richest people of the world used to be people who deal in oil and gas. But today, you have to be a tech bro for you to be extremely rich. The world is experiencing this disruption that is transforming how governments operate, how businesses create value, and how the society even interacts. Artificial intelligence, blockchain, cloud computing, data analytics, machine learning, digital platforms are reshaping industries across the globe. Africa has already demonstrated remarkable progress in leveraging technology, particularly in financial inclusion, fintech, innovation, and digital payments. And the university community must be at the forefront of making sure that we get our professors, our students, and the university community aligned with these changing realities. Within the accounting, auditing, and regulatory professions, technology is shaping traditional practices. I was discussing with my management team a few months ago, and we're talking about computer-assisted auditing tools. The auditing I was taught in the university is different, but what the reality of today's complex work and environment poses is different as well. So we must keep changing with it. These developments create significant opportunities for improving accountability, reducing fraud, enhancing operational efficiency, and supporting evidence-based decision-making. However, technology also introduces new challenges. I'm sure you've heard about cyber risks. You've heard about cyber attacks. You've heard about data privacy concerns, fake news, misinformation, and digital exclusion. The critical issue for Africa is therefore not simply adopting technology. Rather, it is ensuring that innovation is supported by strong governance, ethical principles, effective regulation, investments in digital skills. Technology must be deployed as an enabler for development, transparency, and inclusive growth. And I'm happy that the special advisor to the governor on investment is here, and it will take back to the governor on how they can do even more in their investments in digital skills. Sustainability and Africa's development imperative. This is not a bad news. We've all heard about the Sustainable Development Goals. But what you don't know is that there is no country in Africa that is going to meet these goals in 2030. No country in Africa will meet this goal in 2030. It's not possible. We're already set aback. Some countries, some states are catching up, but the reality remains that the same way we missed the Millennium Development Goals, of which year was that? The Millennium Development Goals was 2000, right? We will miss the Sustainable Development Goals in 2030. That's what the data shows. But what can we do differently? No discussion about Africa's future can be complete without addressing sustainability. Across the world, sustainability has moved from the margins of business and policy discussions to the center stage in decision making. Investors, regulators, consumers, communities are increasingly expective of organizational change, and they demonstrate how they manage environmental, social, governance risks, and opportunities. Sustainability reporting has become an essential component of corporate accountability and long-term value creation. For Africa, sustainability is not merely a global trend. It is a development necessity. Although the continent contributes only a small proportion of global greenhouse gas emissions, it remains highly vulnerable to the effects of climate change, including flooding, drought, food insecurity, and biodiversity losses. At the same time, Africa poses significant opportunity in the area of renewable energy, climate adaptation, sustainable agriculture, and green infrastructure. Harnessing these opportunities require a development approach that balances economic growth with environmental stewardship and social inclusion. Sustainable business management is therefore about compliance and beyond. It involves building resilient institutions that are capable of creating values for stakeholders while contributing positively to society and the environment. The growing adoption of sustainability reporting standards reflects a recognition that long-term economic performance and sustainable development are mutually reinforcing. And that's why, again, I thank the Nnamdi Azikiwe University Awka for contributing with the inclusion of Professor Onyinye Ene on the Adoption Readiness Working Group for Sustainability Reporting in Nigeria. Thank you very much. In closing, I'm going to look at the role of the Financial Reporting Council of Nigeria within this evolving landscape. The Financial Reporting Council of Nigeria plays a critical role in promoting transparency, accountability, and confidence in corporate reporting. The Council's mandate extends beyond financial reporting oversight to encompass corporate governance, audit quality, actuarial standards, valuation standards, and up to recently, sustainability reporting and a broader public interest responsibilities. Through these functions, the Council contributes directly to strengthening market confidence, protecting investors, and supporting economic development. The Council continues to advance the adoption and enforcement of internationally recognized standards while promoting high-quality governance and governance practices through the Nigerian Code of Corporate Governance and ongoing sustainability initiatives. The Council encourages organizations, including the university community, to embrace transparency, ethical leadership, effective risk management, and sustainable value creation. These efforts contribute to a business environment that supports investment, innovation, competitiveness, and long-term growth. Let me conclude by looking at building the Africa that we desire, building the Nigeria that we desire. As we reflect on the future of Africa, one message becomes clear. Sustainable development will not be achieved through any single institution, policy, or technology. It will require collective commitment to accountability, innovation, good governance, and responsible stewardship. Accounting provides the language of transparency. Governance provides the framework for accountability, and technology provides the tools for transformation. Sustainability, at the other end, provides the pathway for long-term sustained prosperity. Together, these pillars offers a compelling blueprint for Africa's future. The Africa we desire is achievable. It is an Africa where institutions inspire confidence, businesses create value, technology drives inclusive growth, and economic progress improves the quality of everyday citizens. The responsibility for building that future belongs to all of us. Scholars, professionals, regulators, policymakers, business dealers, and students alike. Through collaboration, integrity, innovation, and visionary leadership, we can shape a continent that is prosperous, accountable, sustainable, and globally competitive. The opportunity is before us, and the time to act is now. I want to thank the university leadership for the opportunity given to me to share these few thoughts. And I want to really express my excitement and how impressed I am with this university. Thank you very much. God bless you.
Please, a round of applause for our keynote speaker, Dr. Rabiu Olowo, the Executive Secretary and CEO, Financial Reporting Council of Nigeria, who has laid a solid foundation for the theme of this 7th International Conference. Please, a round of applause for him. And I'm quite happy and delighted that he has laid this nexus between accounting, governance, technology, and sustainable business management. And there are some points that he highlighted that is akin to my course of study or my field. When he talked about renewable energy, I nodded. When he talked about climate adaptation, I equally nodded. Thank you very much, sir, for this insight, and we quite appreciate this lecture. Thank you so much. We are making progress. Right now, may we now move to the lead paper presenters. First, we'll hear from the lead paper presenter 1, Chief Osita Chidoka, OFR. But before then, may I request that our lead paper presenter 1, a former Minister of Aviation and Aerospace Development, please remain standing as we take his audio-visual citation. Let's take his audio-visual citation before he comes to the stage to address this August gathering. Thank you.
Servant with extensive experience in public administration, transportation systems, and institutional development. He served as Nigeria's Minister of Aviation, where he championed reforms aimed at strengthening aviation safety, improving service delivery, and advancing sectoral growth. Prior to this, he served as Corps Marshal and Chief Executive of the Federal Safety Corps (FRSC), becoming one of the youngest persons to lead the agency and driving notable reforms in road safety administration, technology adoption, and institutional efficiency. Chief Chidoka has remained actively engaged in policy development, leadership, and national discourse through his contributions to governance, democratic advancement, and public sector innovation. Widely respected for his commitment to transformational leadership and nation building, he continues to advocate for accountable governance, sustainable development, and institutional excellence. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome to the stage Chief Osta Chidoka.
Applause for Chief Osta Chidoka, OFR.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. It's off. Thank you. Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much. The Vice Chancellor, our own dear Bond, the Chairman of the occasion, and the ESCU Financial Reporting Council. I want to stand on the established protocol. As the VC said, we have lost quite a bit of time. So I will go straight into my paper presentation titled Governance as the Foundation for Africa's Future. Building institutions that convert growth into development. Vice Chancellor, Dean of the Faculty of Management Sciences, Head of the Department of Accountancy, distinguished colleagues, members of faculty, and the students in whose hands this country will sit sooner than they think. I thank you for the honor of this invitation and for the awards you have chosen to confer on me today. Permit me a word on the awards, because the subject of this lecture demands it. Over the years, I have been very careful about awards. Not because recognition is wrong, but because a country in need of stronger institutions must never confuse applause for achievement. So I received this honor today, not as a verdict on a career, but as a charge to keep building. An award for institution building does not close a chapter, it commissions more work. So as Corps Marshal and later Minister, I got a total of 106 awards letters. I rejected all but 3. I took only 3 of the awards. Because we can't have a country that is said to be dysfunctional and then everybody gets an award of excellence. If we are all excellent, then the country will not be dysfunctional. So when we complain about the country, we must focus on what is important about rebuilding the country. So we used to have what we call staff ranking in FRSC. So we rank all the departments and the score of the people reporting to me, all my direct reports, the score becomes my own score because I'm not quite ranked in the ranking. But whatever is the average of all my direct reports, departmental heads, zonal officers, that becomes my score. So if they scored 50, my score becomes 50. But the interesting thing about the ranking is that at that time, whoever came first in the departmental ranking and whoever came first in the zone goes to Harvard University for a course. So our best officers, every year, 2 of our officers went to Harvard University for a regulatory course. Sadly, I could not go because my average score made sure that I was never first for the course. But it became a judgment on me. So the agreement was that if you score below 50, then you need to go and see our consultants and you need to appoint somebody to talk to you. Because below 50, I will remove you from that department. But the first time we did it, the average score, my own average score became 48. So I had to appoint 2 people to speak to. So I appointed Fola Adiola and Udominoyo. Udominoyo was my boss at ExxonMobil. So after I told them what was the problem with me, they spoke to my staff. And they gave me 3 feedbacks. That your staff said that you confused them. Today you say this is the most important. While they are doing it, you come back again. No, forget this now. Everybody focus on this. And that you are not patient. When they come to see you, you're always like, okay, quickly, what do you want? Then let's go to this. So as a leader, you have to calm down and listen to your followers. So that was an interesting feedback. But what did that feedback do? By the next year, the average score went up to 65. And the year I left to become minister, the average score was already 75. Because I then stopped moving one event after the other. I learned to calm down, listen, and then say, okay, let's stay on this. Until we conclude it, we don't move to another. So that is the idea of governance. I use this example to bring you to the topic of governance. Governance does not mean the person who knows better than everybody. It means the person who is able to bring men, material, and resources and bring them together to achieve defined tasks. And one of the great things about it is humility. The humility that you do not know it all. So all through my 7 years, I kept meeting the various CEOs to discuss my plans, my failures, and my opportunities. But before I bring this together to the topic of today, I want to tell you a story in 2004. A story broke around the world that there is a shrine in Anambra called Okija, where corpses were found, people who were reported to the shrine. After they died, they brought their corpse to the shrine. At that time, I was a student at George Mason University and on an exchange program to Oxford University. So I was at St. John's College, Oxford at that time. And this report was published in BBC. So everybody came to class asking me, what's this thing about some shrine and people dying and being dumped in the shrine? At that time, we were studying the global business environment, and our lecturer, a South African lady, had been arguing with very uncomfortable evidence that Africa could not develop, and that the reason why we could not develop is that we tolerated failure. So I must say something I do when I come into any building, a public building. One of my things I do to know whether to take that institution serious or not is to go to their bathroom, to their toilets. So when I went to the toilet here, I said, my professor Bond is doing the work. Because the toilet tells you the story about the organization. Whatever the person likes, let him be telling you. What the toilet tells you is the story of the organization. If it is dirty, it is not a functional organization, whether you like it or not. So that I was able to use the bathrooms and I didn't have revulsion told me that the people managing this organization are paying attention to what is important. So I call it the toilet test. The second test I do, when I come to a city, I look to see if I will see zebra crossing. The road safety officer in me always comes out. Once I stand in the zebra crossing and the vehicles do not stop, I know that it's not a developed country. It's an undeveloped country. Because the idea of development is consideration for the other person. That's what development is all about. So when I stand on a zebra crossing in Washington, you see all the vehicles left and right of you stopping. But when I stand in Abuja, the drivers are looking at me and horning and warning me, come on, get out of the road. So I never considered myself a very successful commercial because of that fact that Nigerians do not know what zebra crossing means, despite I spent all my time trying to communicate that to people. So when the Okija thing happened, I told them that the scandal of Okija is not that it is about corpses. It is the true significance is that a largely Christian society like Anambra State, a largely educated state like Anambra State, where 99% of our primary school students go on to secondary school. It's unbelievable, that's Anambra State. Today in Nigeria, Anambra State is #1 in budgetary allocation to education. We budgeted 46% of our budget to education. So we're a very successful state in terms of education. Yet, our people were going to Okija to report. What did that mean? It meant that the state has not secured the trust of the citizens. That in our financial transactions, the citizens trusted the shrine, not as superstition standing in the way of a modern economy. The shrine was the legal system that the modern economy has failed to provide. So the traders in Onitsha, the business people in the village, they know that if they go to police, police will say, bring money to go and arrest the man. Then when you go to court will adjourn. But when you go to Ogugu Okija and tell the person you've reported him to Ogugu, he will turn up the following day. If he's owing you, he will pay. It tells you something fundamental about our society. The fact that our largely agrarian society has not transferred the loyalties to a modern state, and that the modern state has not earned that loyalty. So that is the true significance of Okija. And this article, I wrote it as an article and it was published in the back page of This Day because Segun Adeniyi wrote an article calling it Okija, a show of shame. So I replied him and said, Okija, not a show of shame. This is a failure of a state. So the lesson I carried from out of Oxford at that time has deepened. When formal institutions cannot enforce their own rules, loyalty does not disappear. It migrates. It migrates to whatever can enforce, either to the shrine, to the strongman, or to the vigilante, to the religious authority, to the ethnic association. The collapse of the state is not a catastrophic event. It doesn't happen in one day. You don't wake up one morning and there is a loud trumpet from heaven and it says the state has collapsed. What happens is that citizens quietly move on. In Nigeria, I call it secession. Every time the federal government talks about secession, I come back again and I say, no, Igbos are not seceding. We are not the problem of Nigeria. Biafra is not the problem of Nigeria. It's not Nnamdi Kanu. It's not the problem. The problem is that the elites of Nigeria have seceded from Nigeria. Their children are in private schools and in abroad. They have their own borehole. They have their own electricity. They have their own schools. They go to their own hospitals. So the children of the poor and the rich do not meet anymore. The elites have seceded. The secession that should worry Nigerian state is not Biafra. It is the Nigerian society. The elites have gone away. We no more rely on the state for anything. We don't go to the schools the state provide. I will do a census now and ask how many principals have their children in the school where they are public principals. You will find very few. Because of what? The Nigerian elites have seceded. So I spent the 2 decades since then inside the machinery of Nigerian state. I was commercial, I was minister. But what I have noticed is that Africa's future is before it is anything a trust question. Trust is not a soft political virtue to be praised at conferences and forgotten by Monday morning. Trust is infrastructure. It is as real as road and is as load-bearing as a bridge. It decides whether citizens obey the law they did not personally approve, whether taxpayers part with money that could have been hidden, whether investors commit capital they could have kept abroad, and whether reform survives the season of hardship that every reform must pass through. Where that infrastructure is sound, growth can become development. Where it crumbles, the most impressive growth figures in the world will not hold a nation together. So trust is what holds a society together. That is why I'm wary about the way we celebrate African growth. The World Bank expects Africa to grow at 4% this year. 4% growth is desirable, but a continent cannot grow on a spreadsheet while its citizens lose faith on the streets. National income can rise while the clinic has no medicine, the court has no integrity, and the road has no surface. So growth without governance produces numbers. Trusted governance turns numbers into a life a citizen can actually feel. It is until we turn the tap in our house and it is running. Think about it. The white man came to Nigeria. The district officer that used to manage this place called Anambra rode a bicycle. He didn't have convoy. But he built water, pipe-borne water in various communities in Anambra. If you come to Obosi today, at Eko Obosi, you will see the big tank. This is water designed by the colonial masters. The first thing they did was to bring pipe-borne water to homes. Since the white man left till now, we have not built pipe-borne water to any place. Isn't that amazing? That one of the things that define modern living is going into your house, turning on the tap, and taking a shower. We cannot do it. We have not been able to deliver it. The white man came here and built rail from Meduguri to Port Harcourt, built one from Lagos to Kanu to export goods. Since they left, it took us almost 50 years to get the Chinese to build the Abuja-Kaduna Railway. We were not able to add 1 kilometer to what the white man left behind. So when we talk about trust, It is in that basic function, in that ability for people to go in and experience governance, that is what determines whether a society would trust or hand over trust to government. The Mo Ibrahim Index, the most serious continental measure we have, tells us something we must not look away from. After years of progress, governance across Africa stalled around 2022. Nigeria's own was worse between 2015 and 2023. Those are some of the things I call the locust years. 2020, because our most locust years were the military years, 1992 to 1999. I'll tell you something. In 1980, the old Anambra State budgeted the equivalent of $200 per student. This Anambra State of Jim Wobodo. By 1999, the budget was $22 per student. It had fallen from $200 to $22. So when you see the schools that are now without roof, teachers that do not come to class, it is because funding had collapsed. That was when the children of the elite moved away. So the permanent secretary did not care whether the schools worked because his children were not there. But when we went to school with the children of commissioners, the children of governors. Jim Wobodo's children were in the Kulu Primary School. Commissioners' children were in the Zik Avenue Primary School in Enugu. But today, you don't see them. They are like water and oil. They don't mix. And our society is worse off for it. Because we cannot produce the manpower to run this society by those who go to school abroad. Once they go to school and study, they can't join custom, they can't join immigration, they can't join federal road safety, they can't join DSS. These are the organizations that make our society function. And we must train the manpower for that organization. In recent Afrobarometer studies, Africans across 39 countries were asked, which institution do you trust? And do you know who majority said they trusted? They trusted their religious leaders. They trusted their traditional rulers. And sadly, they trusted the army. So they will prefer General Charles to Ofoche to the politician. This is not a retreat of democracy. It is that fewer than half trusted their president, the parliament, or the police. So we trusted institutions we did not elect and distrusted institutions we elected. I don't know if that makes sense. The institutions we did not elect are the ones we trust. So citizens do not lose trust in abstract. They lose it one encounter after the other. And that is why the data confirms that instinct. Only half of Africans were confident that ordinary citizens could obtain justice in the courts. And a clear majority believed people are treated unequally under the law. A justice system experienced as slow, costly, and unequal cannot underwrite an economy. I learned this in the most practical way. Nigeria has never lacked laws. What we lacked was the belief in the mind of the ordinary driver that the rules will be enforced fairly on him and on the man in the convoy. I have never, ever gotten over it that a police officer will lead the convoy of a governor and then come out in the street, there is traffic. The police officer will divert the traffic and face oncoming vehicle because he's in a convoy. No police officer anywhere in the world will do that. Not even for the President of the United States of America. When President Biden was being sworn in, I took a picture of his vehicle and shared it on social media. Do you know what was on the vehicle? 46, meaning the 46th president. That was the number on the number plate. On the left and right of the number is 2021. That is the license issued by the DC local government. The president's car is registered to the DC local government. It has the tag. The same thing that if I do not have, my car will not be on the road. The president's car have the same. That is, with Trump as president, look at his car anytime you see it on TV.
You will see 47, you will see 2026 because the car is registered. The rules apply to everybody, doesn't matter who. So one day, a former secretary to government, you know, FRSC is supervised by the secretary to government. So he had a patrol car from FRSC. He was running late to the villa for a meeting and told the convoy in Asokoro to go through one way to drive against oncoming traffic. The driver of the FRSC car said, I cannot. So the policeman in the car gave them instruction over the radio, say, move to the one side of the road. The man said, I cannot. I cannot use FRSC vehicle and drive against oncoming vehicle. So they let him stay, they bypassed him and went on oncoming vehicle and left. Then they reported him to me. I said, Oga, if that man had driven that vehicle, he will go to Gadroom, and from there he's leaving our service. You cannot use our vehicle and drive against oncoming traffic. Yeah, it's as simple as that when I was commercial. You just cannot even think about it. Because the idea of trust between people and society is a contract. And we must maintain that visible contract. So now let me speak to the profession that gathers us here in this faculty. We treat accounting as a technical craft and governance as a political one, as if they lived in different buildings. They do not. The word accountability and accounting share a single root, and that is no accident of language. It is a statement of fact. Accountability is at the bottom, the discipline of being able to give an honest account of what was promised, what was spent, and what was delivered. The accountant, the auditor, and the management scholar are not the clerks of the trust project. You are at its front line. What the school is teaching you here is to be at the front line. The average African country collects about 16% of its economy in taxes. A wealthy nation collects more than twice that. A state that cannot raise revenues at home becomes a supplicant abroad. So many of our governments publish budgets, but a budget is not accountability. A budget is a promise. Accountability is the chain that runs from the promise to the audited results. That is, the appropriation, the procurement, the contractor, the delivery, the audit, and then the consequence. In Nigeria, a road, a school, a clinic should each carry a visible line a citizen can trace from the day it was funded to the day it was finished. Where that chain is broken, public money does not vanish into thin air, it is captured. That is why, over the years of governance practice, I've returned and again to what I call a framework I developed. I started it when I was in FRSC. It's called Measure, Monitor, and Improve. It is the framework that says that we did not measure the right things. I have witnessed, or we measured them and we did not monitor them, or we monitored them and lacked the courage to act on what we saw. We must measure honestly, monitor in real time, so that failure surfaces while it can still be corrected. Improve without ego, treating failure as information rather than accusation. Strong institutions are simply the ones that close that loop repeatedly without exception. So let me make a practical suggestion, because trust is not built by sentiment, it is built by design. Consider the most ordinary instrument in your profession, an accountant's signature on a company account. Consider that. That signature moves markets, secures loans, and settles disputes. Every time we say half-year report of Dangote refinery is coming out, we are all accepting it because an accountant said, we have looked at these books of accounts and we certify that it was kept in accordance with the standards. You don't know the responsibility accountants carry. By that singular act of putting your stamp on a document, all of us believe that document. So we just say, does it have an auditor's report? Once the auditor says it is correct, we accept it. It is trusted because it is backed by a system common standards and audit trail, independent verification, professional liability. The signature is believed to be genuine because it can be verified. And when the system failed at Enron or WorldCom, the world did not abandon accountancy. It strengthened it with tighter disclosure, audit oversight, and genuine consequences. The companies that were auditors for Enron and WorldCom paid a price for it. We introduced new rules like you cannot audit a public company for 3 years now. After 3 years, you must let another audit company come. So whenever there is a failure, we fixed it. But that is the power of accountancy. And that is the lesson the state must learn from accountants. The government must become auditable. A public institution earns legitimacy the way an auditor does, by making its claim verifiable. One of the ways I said we can do that is by what I call the Monetary Policy Committee of the Central Bank. Whenever they finish and take a decision, they publish verbatim in the newspaper how each and every one of them voted, whether to increase the interest rate or reduce the interest rate. Anybody on the MPC, they will say, I support the increase by this percentage. It is published. So we know how consequential decisions are taken. So that is what I call the sunlight policy. We must throw sunlight, and sunlight legitimizes authority. Now, when we throw sunlight, we then have that legitimacy is not secured by the fact that a body is named in the Constitution. We had a recent poll between Athena Center and NOI. More than a third of Nigerians named transparency as the reform they want most from INEC. When we asked them, do you trust INEC? More than a third said they did not. How many people in this room trust INEC? If you trust INEC, raise your hand. If you don't trust INEC, raise your body. Raise your hands. You see? The result is taken. An institution like INEC that gives birth to government has no legitimacy. Can the government they give birth to now claim legitimacy? See the challenge. So we do not know the consequence of this lack of legitimacy. The impact is immediate. If, like an accounting firm, if it is said that PwC conducted this election, and they put their signature and said, we have supervised, checked all the documents, and this election was conducted in accordance with the rules. Will you believe them? Because PwC said so. That is what legitimacy does to an organization. And by the way, in South Africa, PwC supervises the election in South Africa. They have a 5-year contract to supervise the elections. So they track from the materials to what the electoral body does, and they certify that it was done in accordance with the rules. The idea is to promote transparency. So I want to name a habit that stands in the way of promoting transparency. That habit is what I call alibi. I've come to distinguish between what I call an alibi culture and an agency culture. Honorable Commissioner, AG, welcome. Alibi culture is the orientation in which a leader's energy goes into explaining why things did not happen. One of the things our leaders do very well, it is the past government, it is the last administration, it is colonial government, it is the people. But every one of these factors is real, and I do not dismiss them. But in alibi culture, they stop being the context for analysis and become its conclusion. So, but when you go to an agency culture accepts the same constraints and refuses the same conclusions. It asks, given everything working against us, what did we actually do? And what will we do differently? So when you come to the world and you look at the developed world and the undeveloped world, you will see a map of agency culture and an alibi culture. An alibi culture is a culture that permanently gives excuses, while an agency culture says, there is COVID, so we find a vaccine. There is cancer, so we invest in the study of cancer. there is a big river here. We build a bridge. While the alibi culture, which is the culture we have in Nigeria, is the culture of permanent excuses. So technology and trade, the two forces are now testing every claim a government make. The first is terminology. We are told digital systems will rescue African governance, and they can. They can widen the tax net, verify identities, trace payments, or expose fraud. But technology does not repair a broken institution. If these toilets were dirty, no amount of technology here is going to change that fact. If no matter how much AI you use, and if you can't clean a toilet, there's nothing the AI can do for you. So a corrupt manual process that becomes digital is simply a faster form of the same corruption. A weak registry becomes a weak digital registry. So let me put it plainly as I can. Africa must not digitize dysfunction. The promise of digital government is not the convenience of an app. It is whether power becomes traceable, service more accessible, and failure harder to hide. Build it on inclusion, on privacy, and auditability. For this faculty, therefore, the charge is not only to produce accountants who can prepare financial statements. It is to produce professionals who understand that every ledger is a moral document, that every audit is a democratic alert, is a democratic act, and that every verified account is a defense of public trust. On a continent where citizens ask with rising impatience, where did the money go? The accountant who can answer honestly is not a back office technician. He or she is an institution builder. So I want you to take this home, especially the young students, that your work is a moral job. When the accountant and the auditor undermines the system, then the system fails permanently. I want to bring this to a close by telling you a philosophy that I have developed. Because institutions are not built with capital and policy alone. They are built, as Max Weber understood, Max Weber, on the back of a culture, a set of beliefs about work and accountability that becomes the invisible infrastructure of an economy. When you go to Europe, when you go to America, what you see, the visible development is not what is development. It is the invisible infrastructure. It is the courts that dispense justice. It is the police that enforces rules. It is the government that went into the house of a former president and said, you use documents, government documents in a private residence, so we need to search your office. That is what makes those societies cohere. So the Japanese have Kaizen, continuous improvement as a way of life. The West have what they call the Protestant ethic. The students of philosophy here will know about the Protestant ethic, Max Weber, what unlocked the development in the Western world. I want to suggest that we print our own. My former boss and mentor, Chief Ojo Madekwe, had a slogan. The slogan was, he was running for House of Reps in 1983. So he came up with a slogan to defeat the incumbent. His slogan was, Ojo ge mekaria, Ojo will do more, Ojo will do better. So when he won the election, the children in Ohafia started calling him Mekaria. So when I met him, and I was his assistant as minister, I said, Mekaria does not simply mean to do more in quantity, but to do better in quality. To refuse to accept the flaw as the ceiling, to treat the standard you have reached as the base from which you now climb. Like Kaizen, it is a practice and not a destination. Unlike Kaizen, it is our own. It is rooted in our language and worldview. And Mekaria carries an answer to the alibi. The weaknesses I have described today, weak courts, untraceable budget, digitized dysfunction, a continent that does not trade with itself, are not laws of nature. They are accumulated result of accumulated choices. And what choices have built, different choices can rebuild. So my attitude is that, and I return to Okija, I do not believe our people carried their dispute to Ugugu because they were primitive or unchristian. They carried them there because on the evidence available to them, the shrine kept his word and the state did not. The whole task of governance, the entire trust project can be put in a single sentence. It is the work of building a state that keeps his word as faithfully as the people once believed the shrine kept its own. A court that decides, a budget that can be followed. The day we redirect our institutions, the faith our people once reserved for the shrine is the day Africa converts its growth into development. If the faith we have in our shrines, the fear we have of Ogugu, we have it of the police and of our courts, that is the day our growth will become development. And its potential into a life its citizens can feel. That day will not arrive as a forecast. It will arrive by slogan. Measure honestly, monitor without flinching, improve without ego, and refuse every single day to accept the flaw as a ceiling. That is the call of Mekaria. Onye obuna ge Mekaria. To do more, to do better, to begin today. Makosita adema. Tabubo.
Please put your hands together once again for our lead paper presenter one, Chief Barrister Osta Chidoka, OFR, the former Minister of Aviation and Aerospace Development, who just delivered a rousing lecture on governance for the foundation of Africa's future. Another round of applause for him. And while he was giving his lectures, one of our guests stepped in. Ladies and gentlemen, may I recognize, with the permission of the chairman, the presence of the Attorney General and Commissioner of Justice of Anambra State, Barrister Tobechukwu Mweke San. Please, a round of applause for him. Also, may I recognize the presence of one of the awardees, Echezona Etiaba, Senior Advocate of Nigeria, Director of Havila Suite Limited. A round of applause for him. He's being represented by Mr. Chris Igwe. Ainasia No. Thank you very much. We want to appreciate once again our lead paper presenter one. You will indulge me, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished, that the Vice Chancellor wants to take his leave to address or to attend to some official pressing matters. But before then, the Vice Chancellor will do us the honor of presenting a memorabilia to our keynote presenter and also our lead paper presenter. That's Dr. Rabiu Olowa and Chief Osta Chidoka.
Thank you very much. Before that, I just have some pronouncements or offers to make. It involves, since I came in, I think I've had over, how many visiting lecturers have we had now in your business school? But I'm making offers to 4 lecturers to 2 business schools here. Don't worry, don't tell me. He wants to bribe me, but I'll stick to what I wrote here. And I will call his own last. One is the Azikiwe Center for Leadership and Innovation Studies. And we're offering visiting lecturership position to Osita Chidoka in policy and leadership. In policy and leadership. We're also offering to Major General Ofochie in strategic studies. In that Azikiwe. For the business school, we're offering to Dr. Rabiu Alu, a visiting lecturer on financial regulations. And in business school and also the Department of Entrepreneurship, we are giving a double appointment of visiting professorship to Professor Arewa on public sector and forensic accounting. And also visiting professor to the Department of Entrepreneurship. So once we have their requests, I will approve immediately. Thank you very much. Now, we'll make the presentation to the people who have spoken. Those I did not hear from, I already know the caliber of what they will say, and that was why I went and I went ahead. So I will have opportunity of hearing. But what we are saying is that we want this kind of exchange from people who have had practical experience. We have our governor is a visiting lecturership, visiting professor here too. So when they come and what's his name, Val too. Val takes his lecture seriously, and when he comes, the students are eager to learn. We have Roban here as visiting lecturer too. So we're inviting some of them to come and give exchange on what they learn practical. It's no longer textbook material. Nobody will say, no textbook will write this thing you said today. So those are the kind of exposures we want, and those are the kind of experience. We're open to more, but those are the ones that the Spirit of God, not the spirit of Okija, has told me to say today. So the first one is presented. This thing is too heavy. Department of Accountancy of the great Nnamdi Azikiwe University gives a special recognition award to Dr. Rabiu Oluwo. Oluwo. Don't worry, Oluwo na money now. Oluwo na money. In appreciation, of your exceptional leadership, generous sponsorship, generous initial sponsorship of the 2026 International Conference. Congratulations.
Also, the Vice Chancellor will receive his own award. Yes. Yeah, VC will present another award before receiving
the second
his.
one is presented to my brother, Ike Oposi. In recognition. This award is given in recognition of your outstanding service to humanity, dedication, community development, commitment to service, and catching people without fire extinguishers. Congratulations.
Also, may I now call on Professor Pius VC Okoye to present an award to the Vice Chancellor. He's a member of the Governing Council.
I haven't done anything to... Unless you want to give me money.
No. I was asked to announce and bring out the people to give you an award. You are my Vice Chancellor, and I'm only your staff. We are recognizing you from the department. This announcement you make, you know, I said something that you are very prophetic. You are very prophetic. So the department, as a body, you are the head of the department. You know that. So we are all your subjects. Even when you have sent me to business school, I'm still a member of that department. And based on what we know, I've been there for years as HOD. I was called upon to plead with His Royal Majesty, plead with the chairman, plead with the keynote speakers. All of them will assemble, because what you are doing, the energy that is in you need to be monitored. Otherwise, we apply for the general. So please, the table actually supposed to come around. The Igwe we do the presentation, because this is Igbo land, to our highly, very innovative. He's transforming, and the essential thing, I said it yesterday, he's true to his name. His name is Bond. The university was almost in chaos, in pieces. He came here within days, weeks, everybody started working together. And he's Ugochukwu. So the grace of God is following him around. And he's Stanley. So everything here will be victorious. And you have seen it already. So His Royal Majesty, His Excellency, Chairman, please, everybody will come around, stand to support His Royal Majesty while presenting this award. please. Dean, this is your territory. Eh? It's part of you that is presenting, so you have to be here. Please. Where is the award? Attorney General is here. Everything we do will be illegal if the Attorney General are going to join. Our seal, Leonard seal, please.
Department of Accountancy, Nnamdi Azikiwe University, Anambra State. Award of Honor presented to Professor Ugochukwu Bon Stanley. And you're here. In recognition of your remarkable digital transformation of exemplary leadership, I, Professor Onyeme, on the behalf of the Department of Accountancy, today, 17th day of June 2026.
This is session 4, the group photograph. We want to special our dear Vice Chancellor for gracing the occasion of the 7th International Conference of the Department of Accountancy. The Vice Chancellor, we thank you so much, arriving from China and gracing this very distinguished occasion. Thank you very much, our Vice Chancellor, Professor Ugochukwu Bond Stanley Anye here. Our Vice Chancellor is about taking his leave.
Focus, see me at the try focus. Can I you this got that my thinking, oh, and I know you know what's up. So well, let me wait in your mind, and I will let you wait in my mind. So if you go wait in your mind, straight to the point, baby, you know it's a mind.
We want to thank our dear Vice Chancellor, Professor Ugochukwu Bond Stanley Anye here for gracing this noble 7th occasion, 7th International Hybrid Conference of the Department of Accountancy. With the permission of the chairman, may I invite to the head table the Attorney General and Commissioner of Justice of Anambra State, Barrister Tobechukwu Nweke, the Senior Advocate of Nigeria. Please indulge us as we invite you to the head table. Thank you very much. Now he proceeds to the high table. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished, may I request Major General Charles Ofoche, retired but not tired, to please be upstanding as we take his audio-visual citation before he presents his lecture.
Profile of Major General Charles Ofoche, retired. Major General Charles Ofoche, retired, is a distinguished military strategist, scholar, and defense leader with extensive experience in military leadership, policy development, research, and institutional transformation. Born in Ogidi, Anambra State, Nigeria, he was commissioned into the Nigerian Army in 1991 as a member of the 38th Regular Corps of the Nigerian Defense Academy and served in the Nigerian Army Corps of Artillery. Throughout his career, he held several key command, staff, and instructional appointments, including Commandant of the Army War College, Nigeria, Chief of Army Transformation and Innovation, and Director General, Defense Research and Development Bureau. Major General Ofoche has participated in advanced military and strategic studies within Nigeria and internationally, including at the United States Army War College and Harvard Kennedy School.
We are in Africa, we are in Nigeria, and we are in Anambra State. Sometimes there are glitches, but it's understandable. Because in time to come, being the home of technology, we shall build better devices in Jesus' name. Yes, so I will just leverage on the last two lectures, which were very, very outstanding. But I'll go through the protocols. The Vice Chancellor in absentia, the deans and members of faculty, participants, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the third segment of this seminar. And mine is just a very short one. Having listened to the chairman and listened to Dr. Osita, I just said there's nothing else for me to say. All that needs to be said has been covered. Actually. So I will say I concur to the lecture, then I will sit down. I concur, then I will sit down. But I will skip some parts of this lecture because I've already shared the soft copy to the faculty. But I will just dwell more essentially on things that will inspire us. It must not all be sad news from Nigeria. Let's hear some good news, right? Let's inspire ourselves. Because Ephesians tells us that there is hope. Is there no hope? There is hope. It's a book of hope, so let us share hope. The title of mine will be Shaping Africa's Future Through Governance, Technology, and Sustainable Business Management. I'll be using some slides so we can catch up the speed. So are we good to go? Fantastic. So the best way to predict the future is to create it. The best way to predict the future is what? To create it. If we desire a future, we build it. If there are gaps, we bridge it. When the environment changes, we change and adapt. That is the essence of all that has been said today. So you cannot predict the future if you don't invest in the future intentionally. It should be a deliberate effort to change, to adapt. And that has to do with the mind. It's not the money. Yes, it's not the money, it's the mind. Everything starts from the mind. So I will just say just a bit about introduction. In the 21st century, the increase, which is increasingly defined by advancement of technology and unprecedented flow of information, the world now operates in an era where digital systems process vast quantities of data, support economic activities, facilitate communication, and transform governance structures. Within this changing global environment, Africa stands at a critical historic moment. Many scholars and development practitioners describe the current period as the beginning of the African century, driven by the continent's growing population, abundant natural resources, youthful workforce, and entrepreneurial energy. It's in fact for me a delight to be speaking to the young minds who are the future of Nigeria and the future of Africa. Africa's population currently stands and exceeds 1.5 billion people and is projected to surpass 2.5 billion by 2050, representing nearly 1/4 of the global population. This demographic growth presents significant opportunities for economic expansion, innovation, and global influence. However, it also poses challenges for employment, infrastructure, education, governance, and environmental sustainability. Whether Africa succeeds in transforming its demographic advantage into a sustainable prosperity depends largely on the quality of governance, the effective deployment of technology, and adoption of sustainable business practices. Nigeria occupies a strategic position in the continent's transformation. As Africa's most populous country, with over 230 million citizens, Nigeria's developmental progress significantly influences Africa's future trajectory. Within Nigeria, Anambra State serves as an important example of entrepreneurial dynamism and economic resilience. This thriving commercial culture, which Dr. Osita spoke about, I will dwell on more elaborately, culture, and which has also made us develop industrial clusters, educational achievements, and the strong entrepreneurial traditions that reflect both opportunities and challenges. The previous speakers have spoken so much about the challenges, so I would not speak on challenges today. I will just quickly jump over, and I would also discuss concepts because it's already contained in the soft copy. And I know that it will just sound repetitive. But I'll quickly go to, operator, let's go to slide 22. Slide 22 speaks to governance and Africa's future. Governance and Africa's future. Lessons for Nigeria. Governance remains the cornerstone of sustainable development. International experience demonstrates that countries with strong institutions consistently achieve better economic outcomes than those characterized by weak governance. Countries such as Botswana, Mauritius, Rwanda provide examples of how governance reform can stimulate economic transformation, improve public service delivery, attract investment, and strengthen national competitiveness. Strong institutions promote policy consistency and not policy inconsistency. Strong institutions check abuse. Strong institutions regulate conduct. Strong institutions make us do the right even when it's uncomfortable for us to do so. That is the work of strong institutions. They also promote national competitiveness. Strong institutions promote policy consistency and reduces corruption. They also improve accountability. A lot has been about accounting. It's an accounting week. So the word accounting does not just have emphasis on figure calculation, but also on culture and attitudes. You must be accountable to the people. So, Nigeria's governance experience has produced mixed results. Since the return of democratic rule in 1999, the country has achieved political continuity and periods of economic growth. Nevertheless, persistent challenges continue to impede development. These include corruption, policy inconsistency, bureaucratic inefficiency, insecurity, weak institutional capacity, and inadequate public sector accountability. Corruption remains particularly damaging. It diverts resources away from development priorities, undermines public trust, which previous speakers have spoken about. Trust quotient, it undermines it, and discourages the domestic and foreign investment. The resulting economic losses amount to billions of dollars annually and constrain national development. To navigate out of this quagmire, Nigeria could learn from Rwanda's transformation experience, as Paul Kagame has demonstrated that effective leadership, not just strong leadership, effective leadership enhances good governance by strengthening institutions, enforcing accountability, and pursuing long-term developmental goals. Rwanda's economy grew from about $1.7 billion in the year 2000. Please take note, in 2000, they were just about $1.7 billion. That was just, but it grew to over 14 billion in 2024, with average annual growth exceeding 7% in that short time frame. At the subnational level, Anambra State provides encouraging examples of governance reforms. Successive administrations have invested largely in infrastructure, education, healthcare, security, and internally generated revenue systems. These initiatives have strengthened fiscal sustainability and reduced dependence on federal allocation. The state's digitization initiative and the establishment of the ICT agency demonstrate how governance can facilitate technological advancement. By improving transparency, service delivery, and administrative efficiency, such reforms contribute to economic development and public confidence. Despite these achievements, there are some challenges still remain. Urban pressures, environmental degradation, youth unemployment, and security concerns require sustained institutional responses, where the academia would play a big role. As Douglas North observed, institutions constitute the rules of the game. Institutions, they constitute the rule of the game. Without institutions, then we have players who play with no rules. So you have a football match and there's no referee. That's it. You have a boxing tournament. Nobody will tell you when to stop. But institutions are the guides which we must enhance. Consequently, Africa's future will depend less on abundance of its resources and more on the quality of its institutions and governance systems. Examples abound. Singapore, Japan. They have very little resources, but what do they have? A strong, viable manpower. Not just the numbers, but a productive population. So when people beat about their chest and say, yes, we have high population, so we're going to get growth, is that really true? If that population is not educated, if that population is not skilled, that population will become a problem for us. So we must balance it, we must educate it. We must educate ourselves, educate the system, and invest deliberately on it. Technology, we're not going to look technology as a catalyst for economic transformation. Technology has become one of the most powerful drivers of economic growth and competitiveness in the world. Across Africa,
suppress desire.
Innovation.
Can I get my attention back? Can I act like I'm free? I know I stop my time very well. Can I act like I'm free? Out of fact,
the internet penetration across Africa has expanded dramatically over the past decade, enabling greater participation in the digital economy. Nigeria now possesses one of the largest digital population on the continent and has emerged as the leading center for technology. But let us note, what do we do with the internet? Is it just social media, posting things that have no substance? Research shows that in other modern climes, they use the internet for research. They use the internet for criticizing government, not just to criticize, but to add value to the development. House, the country technology,
so I want my pension. Suppress desires. Can I get my attention back? Can I act like I'm free? I know I stop my time very well. Can I act like I'm free? Out of fact, I take a picture. Every boy knows we are the them not attack what he meant to. Why they if them know you got the body meant to. I am the oh yeah, they click that demo. Oh yeah, they click demo. If them know you got the body meant to. Parents are gonna get caught. And go para screen again caught. And go again caught. And Ben start again caught. And make them want to go and man go para screen again caught. And go again caught. And Ben start again caught.
Skill and contributes to the economic growth of the country. Anambra State is similarly benefiting from the adoption of technology. Commercial centers such as Onitsha, Nnewi, and Awka increasingly utilize these digital platforms, e-commerce solutions, and financial technologies to improve efficiency and market access. I was having a chat just last night with some resource persons, and the things that there was this belief that government is not investing well enough in us, and I'm kind of I want to believe that that's not very true. But counterintuitively, it's possible that the marketplace has changed. The marketplace is no longer physical, but virtual. So can we now transform our mindsets to a virtual market? Owning shops, multiple shops, yes, may in some time to come not be very, very profitable. Why? Because in America these days, all the big malls are closing. They are closing in their numbers. The Walmarts are reducing their numbers. Why? Because it's more convenient to trade virtually. Yes. So that is the new market. So it's not that that government is not investing in the commerce, but the marketplace is experiencing transformation. So our minds too must also transform to adapt to the new environment. Nnamdi offers a particularly important example, often referred to as Japan of Africa. The city hosts numerous manufacturing and trading enterprises engaged in automobile parts production, machinery fabrication, and consumer goods manufacturing. The integration of advanced manufacturing technologies, automation systems, and digital supply chain management could substantially enhance productivity and global competitiveness. So the word here is that we must be competitive. And I'm so happy I have gurus that are accountants. And I want to think out of the box. That the problem we have is that we are running a rentier economy in Nigeria, where the petrodollar defines everything. And probably we may look at a template that is devoid of that rentier mentality, where every month end, every governor runs to the center to go and collect an allocation. Can we change it? Can we reverse it? That will make all the subnationals very, very, very competitive and improve and expand their markets. Let them pay monies to the center and not the reverse. Every governor will sit up. They will create opportunity as it was before independence. And I think that model works everywhere in the world. We may start tweaking it a little bit to see how we can transform it and stop having a rentier mentality. A rentier mentality is dangerous. It makes you lazy. It makes you dependent on resource that you have not improved on. We need to improve on it. Technology offers us that opportunity. And they lie in agriculture, digital farming platforms, satellite imagery, precision agriculture, weather forecasting tools, and climate-smart technologies that can increase productivity, improve resource management, and strengthen food security. Despite these opportunities, several constraints remain. Inadequate electricity supply. I think that is one big thing. You can't develop without electricity, can you? You can't. Energy is important. Insufficient broadband infrastructure, limited research funding, and shortage of technical skills continue to restrict us. So to overcome these barriers, Nigeria must prioritize investment in digital infrastructure, technical education, research in institutions, innovation hubs, and human capital development. I'm super delighted to be here this morning, going around the university and seeing the various departments we have in this university. This is my very first time setting my foot in the confines of this, and I'm impressed. From the gates, the layout of the various faculties, you can see that it was intentionally done, giving room for expansion, giving room for academic pursuit. Let's keep it up. And students, count yourselves very lucky, because there are universities that you go to, you wonder, am I in a university? Or I won't name names. So please keep up the infrastructure, keep up the academic pursuit, and let's see how we can, beyond just giving our undergraduates degrees and certificates, can we give them skills that they can work with when they leave the confines of this hallowed chamber, this hallowed institution? Can we do that? So they become employers of labor. Yes, employers of labor, and not them seeking for jobs outside. So I'll quickly move on to sustainable business management and economic competitiveness. Sustainable business management and economic competitiveness. Economic growth alone does not guarantee sustainable development. For growth to be meaningful and enduring. It must be inclusive and environmentally responsible and socially beneficial. Sustainable business management, therefore, presents a critical pillar in Africa's future. Nigeria faces numerous environmental challenges, including deforestation, population, youth bulge, flooding, erosion, and climate change. These challenges threaten livelihoods, infrastructure, agricultural productivity, and public health. The environmental degradation experienced in the Niger Delta illustrates the long-term consequences of unsustainable economic practices. Anambra State, sorry, I'm from Anambra State, so I take delight in spirit about Anambra State, so bear with me. Bear with me. Anambra State faces particularly severe erosion challenges. Numerous activity like gully erosion sites threaten communities, infrastructure, and agricultural land across the state and the broader southeastern region. Addressing the challenges requires coordinated efforts involving government, business, and local communities. So, haven't spoken largely about all of this. Let me speak about small and medium enterprises that actually employ the labor. Yes, they are the ones that they're the middle class that keeps that hub running. It plays a particularly important role in sustainable development. SMEs contribute to the overwhelming majority of Nigeria's businesses and contribute a lot to national GDP and employment. Supporting these enterprises through access to finance, technology, training, and sustainability frameworks can create substantial economic and social benefits. International investors, they don't look for where they can just get money, but they look for where they can invest money, that they can recoup money. They're not going to throw money to you. They want to look at a place where their investment is secure. And so they will increasingly evaluate the businesses in Nigeria and also determine whether to invest here or not. The choice is ours to create that environment. Consequently, Nigerian firms that adopt sustainability standards will be better positioned to attract capital into their various companies. I would end with some takeaways, my personal takeaways. Takeaways on integrating governance, technology, and sustainable business management. The greatest development gains occur when governance, technology, and sustainable business management functions together, when they are mutually reinforcing. That is when development happens. Good governance establishes the legal, regulatory, and institutional foundations necessary for innovation and investment. Technology strengthens governance by improving transparency, enhancing service delivery, and enabling data decision-making, better decision-making. So China, over the past 5 decades, provides a powerful example of this integrated approach through economic reforms, industrialization, infrastructure development, technological advancement, and investment in human capital. China evolved from a largely agrarian society into one of the world's leading industrial powers. This transformation lifted hundreds of millions of people out of poverty and positioned China as the global manufacturing hub. Let me bring it down home. 1978, China's GDP was just about 4 to 6 times the size of Nigeria's GDP. Today, do you know what it is? Do you want to know? Okay. That's an assignment for this home. Check the GDP growth of China from 1978 to date. Check Nigeria's GDP growth from 78 to today. Then you know how badly we have fared international. You must always compare. Must always pretend to compare. So I will just look at some slides. Control. Let's go to slide 51. I'm proposing what a model. I'm proposing a model for growth. And the model is called future. Future. Are we good? Education is the bridge that connects good governance, technological innovation, and sustained business management. Without transformational education, we can't do much. Leaders will not do right, and I will not attain our desired goal. So let us go to the next slide. Future model. Functional governance, upskilled human capital, technology and innovation, universal mindset, resilience through security and sustainable enterprise, and economic transformation. I'll break it down. Let's do with the F word. F. Next slide. Next slide. F means functional governance. You may have government. You could have a governance system, but are they functional? Are they effective? Can they guarantee you that legitimacy that Dr. Oster spoke about? Legitimacy is not by way of law, but legitimacy meaning that you have the trust of the people. That when they pay their tax, they are protected. When they pay their tax, the common good gets to them. That is legitimacy. Okay, let's do with F. Strong institutions, accountability, and effective leadership provide the foundational and provide the good foundation for development. Then the U word, upskilled human capital. Upskilled. We pride ourselves that we go to school, right? We have paper certificates, right? But those certificates that we claim we have, can it compete? Can it compete globally with others? What are other clients doing? They continuously develop their curriculum to meet environmental needs. Not that the Prezi that you used 10 years ago, you still use to teach your students today. The Prezis and information contained there is already obsolete. So more research must be done to have what? Upskilled human capital. So education will play a big role. Research, innovation will play a very big role. Long-term, lifelong learning transform populations growth into productive capacity. Then, sorry, high table. You can't see the slides. The slides are behind you. Sorry. Maybe after this, I will make it available to you by way of soft copy. All right. Then the T word is technology and innovation. Digital transformation accelerates productivity and competitiveness, as well as economic inclusion. Because technology does not say whether you are a Russian, a Japanese, also it's available to who? To all. Because it's a global platform. Everybody gets at the same time. So it has an inclusive net to it. Next one. Next slide. Now universal mindset. I had to put this one in because everything starts with what is in our mind. Our mind drives us. Our mind inspires us. Our minds make us go beyond our natural potential. Is the mind. So if the mind is not schooled enough, of course you won't do much. If the mind easily gets frustrated, you won't do much. So the mindset must be universal, encouraging openness to new ideas, global best practices, diversity, innovation, and lifelong learning while remaining rooted in Africa's identity. All right. The R word speaks to resilience through security and sustainable enterprise. Resilience through what? Security and sustainable enterprise. Security protects investments. Without security, like Robert McCann says it, that without security, you cannot develop. Yes, without security, you cannot develop. And without the development, you can't have good security. So they must have a handshake, must have a nexus. So security is critical. Security protects investments while sustainable business creates jobs, wealth, and long-term prosperity. Now the last one, E, and I'll end with this. Economic transformation. When governance, human capital, technology, culture is pivotal. What culture do we have? When I walk into an academic institution, I want to see that academics culture in it. Are they responsive? Are they punctual? Are they decent? Dr. Oster just commended the VC for clean toilets. That's a measurement of hygiene. When I come to an institution, I go to the toilets too to confirm how clean this institution is. Most times they fail. They have very fancy buildings, very cosmetic, but bad culture. Culture is key. Culture defines us as a people. Culture tells us how to respect law. Culture teaches us how to respect people. People matter. People matter. And it must be how to bring that common good to the people. To the people. To the people. Security and sustainability work together. Nations achieve inclusive and enduring economic growth when they put all of these things together. On that note, I want to thank you most sincerely for finding me worthy to deliver this lecture. Thank you and God bless you.
Please, another rousing round of applause for our second lead paper presenter, Major General Charles Ofoche, retired but not tired. Another round of applause for him. A huge takeout from what he said, from the lectures. Education is fundamental to achieving societal growth and development, and in all sectors, be it technology, security, manufacturing, even entertainment. Very, very fundamental. And then he winded off in a great way by giving us a model he termed Future. F for functional governance, U for upskill human capital, T for technology and innovation, U. That's the second U. For universal mindset. And of course, he took a special bias. I was expecting that there is no how a Major General will deliver a model without not pointing or harping on security. And the R as part of that model is resilience through security, in quotes, and sustainable enterprise. And then the last but not the least, economic transformation. So that's a good model to take home today, telling you that education is fundamental to the growth of the society. Once again, we want to thank our very distinguished resource person in the person of Major General Charles Ofoche. Please please, may I crave your indulgence for another round of applause for him? Yes, you will quite agree with me that our first two lead paper presenters have done a yeoman's job. And then our third lead paper presenter will also do his, and he's going to join us online. All right, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I've been redirected that for now we will be taking the presentation from the third lead paper presenter. That's Professor Suleiman Arowa, Professor of Finance and Accounting. But before he comes to the stage, although digitally, we'll go on to presentation of memorabilia, awards. We will go to presentation of awards. We'll have a retinue of distinguished personalities here. The department want to acknowledge them for their inputs and for their support towards the department and by extension, the Faculty of Management Sciences. So the main organizing committee will direct on how we will go with the presentation of awards with the permission of our chairman, Mr. Christian Udechukwu. All right, the first on the series of our awards, or may I say the second in the series of our awards, we had the first one already performed by the Vice Chancellor. The second now, may we now call on Chief Dr. Godwin Ifeanyichukwu Okafor, Okpala Anyanwora 1 of Isuofia 2, please step out for his award. Professor, we crave the indulgence of Professor Ebunike to please do us the honor. Professor Patrick Ebunike, please do us the honor of presenting this award to our distinguished awardee.
And have the privilege to offer an award of honor presented by the Department of Accountancy, Nnamdi University, to Chief Dr. Godwin Ifeanyichukwu Okafor, Okpala Anyanwora 1 of Isuofia, in recognition of his outstanding services to humanity, dedication to the community, development, and commitments to excellence. This day, 17th day, 20th day of June 2026. Thank you.
all start by apologizing on behalf of
Okafo. He should have been here, and I'm sure he would have done a better job in expressing his appreciation for this recognition, but it was due to unavoidable, events. That's why he had to cancel. I would like to say that Chief Okafo really appreciates this recognition, and of course, he's an employer of labor, and is somebody who has so many people under his employment, and he's a very big. He has passion for education, passion for human capital development, and he's the kind of person who likes, where institutions are shaping others for future leadership. And because of this support and passion he has decided to, support this university with the sum of 4 million naira, as a token of appreciation for this and as a way of, giving support to the school. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much for your support and also gracing this occasion. May we now call on our second awardee in the person of Ambassador George Collins Onwekwe, former Nigerian ambassador to China. Ambassador, ni hao. May I request respectfully that Professor Pius Okoye, the member of the Governing Council and Director of Unizik Business School, do us the honor of presenting the award to Ambassador Onwekwe. Thank you.
His Excellency, this is a Distinguished Merit Award presented to you by the Department of Accountancy, Nnamdi Azikiwe University, Awka. I'm doing this, he talked to you, pleaded with you, the Vice Chancellor, on behalf of our dear Vice Chancellor, Professor Bond Ugochukwu Stanley Anyehi, in recognition of your excellence in diplomacy and community service. This day, 17th June 2026. Congratulations.
Thank you, the Department of Accountancy. Great students. Great students. I'm very honored to be here with you today. I thank the organizers of this program, the Department of Accountancy and the Financial Institution of Nigeria. I just have one advice to us, particularly the students. My advice is for you not to underrate education. Education is not a scam as being portrayed in social media and by other so-called celebrities. Mark my words, so-called celebrities, because there are genuine celebrities. Education is the sky. The sky is to your limit. Once you are concentrated, once you know what you are here to do, the sky is your limit. And I wish you to continue in that direction, in the footstep of the Vice Chancellor, in the footstep of your head of department, and also the Dean of the faculty. Right here, you've heard what the Vice Chancellor said about on how to expand your school and by you having your own faculty. That's great development. Meanwhile, I wish to use this opportunity to introduce some of my friends who accompanied me to this place. Standing by my left, far left with red, is Sunday one for oil and gas based in Enugu. Chief Pius Illo, a retired banker. And by my right is Chief Nnamdi, former town union president. And I have two others, Engineer Samuel Ekworo, Assistant Director with the Ministry of Agriculture here in Federal Ministry of Agriculture. And Honorable Jude Umunakwe, former SSA to the governor on political mobilization. And Ifani Ezaba, also a civil servant. In appreciation of this award, I will give the Department of Accountancy the sum of 800,000 naira. There is also one of my friends who sent in 200,000 naira. His name is Sir Ike Wankwo. Ikechukwu Francis Wankwo, based in Lagos. Also, one of my friends by name, Michael Alachebe, also sent in 100,000 naira. And my humble friend here, Sunday Oil and Gas, is also giving you 200,000 naira. Thank you very much. Thank you for this award. Thank you.
Want to especially thank Ambassador George Onwelkwe for his support to the department. Moving on, next is an award of excellence to Dr. Odira Wankwo, and that will be received by Dr. Joe Akabike, the former Commissioner for Health, Anambra State. Please, Professor Tochukwu Okafor will do justice to this by presenting the award to the awardee. Thank you.
Chairman and members of the high table, professors and doctors here, all the invitees, professors in the Department of Accountancy and Faculty of Management Sciences, the great Nigerian students, the greatest Nigerian students, are you there? Dr. Odira Camillus Wankwo, on behalf of the Department of Accountancy and Nnamdi Azikiwe University at large, I have the honor to present in global healthcare. In recognition of your outstanding dedication, compassion, and unwavering commitment to improving the health and well-being of children around the world, I present this award.
Chairman, His Royal Highness, members of the High Table, let me stand on the already established protocol. Well, I'm standing here on behalf of an associate professor of pediatrics intensivist, United States of America, Dr. Odera Nwankwo. I'm sure that he would have loved to be here because that's a very peculiar environment. He would have felt very comfortable with this environment, and he said I should send his gratitude, his recognition, and this faculty, remembering him from being in far away America and dragging him home. Fortunately enough, he is coming home because he has won primaries to represent Olumba North and South in the Federal House of Representatives. Incidentally, he's off to tidy one or two things. So he said that I should tell you people that he is home, and he has getting the award and is coming to show that he has his expertise in health, in education, and other things. So we will not waste your time. He said that we have to support you. I'm sure he would have done better than myself, but he said I should pledge a donation of 1 million naira. That's it.
I hope you heard him clearly. Donation of 1 billion naira to the Department of Accountancy. Can you do a better something? Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Odera Nwankwo, for that support. Next is an award to Honorable Dozie Ferdinand Nwankwo, Onyendozi, and coincidentally, Prof, please, you may wish to stay back to present the award to Honorable Dozie Ferdinand Nwankwo. I know he has a representative here. Honorable Dozie Ferdinand Nwankwo will be represented by Chief Professor Pascal Oguno, Professor Oguno, I beg your pardon, a professor of laws from the Chukwuemeka Odumegwu Ojukwu University. He's also a former member of the Governing Council. Wow, he's also a former dean of the Faculty of Law. So he's a man of timber and caliber. And of course, for somebody like Dozie Nwankwo, representing him.
Okay. Let me also recognize the Royal Father of the Day and all the members of the High Table as I've done before. Still on the award issue. This is award for community development and transformational leadership presented to Honorable Dozie Ferdinand Nwankwo, Onyendozi, by Department of Accountancy, Nnamdi Azikiwe University, Awka, on this day, 17th June 2026. So, on behalf of the faculty,
Mr. Chairman, sir, the Dean of the Faculty, Igwe, all please distinguished members of the High Table, Good afternoon. I am here representing Honorable Dozie Nwankwo, Onyen Dozie Global. We all know who Onyen Dozie is. And he is of accounting background, by the way. He has a degree, a first and second degrees in accounting. And therefore, his association with the Department of Accountancy, Nnamdi Azikiwe University, is not by accident. By the way, I know that Onyendozi is a man of his words. Onyendozi loves academics. He has a couple of students, numerous students in various universities in Nigeria. He's on his scholarship. I also know that a perfect person is not real and a real person is not perfect. But I tell you this, Onyendozi happens to be both real and perfect person. And on that note, he's asked me to pledge the sum of 1 million naira to the faculty. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you. We thank Onyendozi for that donation. Thank you.
We thank Honorable Dozie Nwankwo for his immense support to the department, by extension, the education growth in the university. Next is an award to Surveyor Chris Onwogo, who craved the indulgence of Professor Theophilus Okebwe to please do us the honor of presenting the award, this memorabilia, to Surveyor Chris Onwogo.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. The chair, my professors and colleagues here, on behalf of the Department of Accountancy, we present this gift to the Distinguished Service to Accounting Award, presented to Surveyor Chris Onwogo, in recognition of your outstanding service to humanity, dedication to community development, and commitment to excellence. I hereby present the award.
members of the high table, standing on the already established protocol. My name is Reverend Father Dr. Patrick Okafor, and here is Ikwe Okonwogu of Nogu. We are here to represent our beloved brother and friend, Chief Sir Oka Onwogu Chris, who is unavoidably absent. He lives all the way in the US, but we're here to represent him. He appreciates this award. He's a guy that has touched a lot of lives, both in his community and outside his community. So without wasting much time talking, he would like to appreciate this award with the sum of 4 million naira. And he's also sending his appreciation to your head of department, Professor Onyinye Eje, who is doing a very wonderful work. That's what we could see. I've been here for a couple of hours and I've seen what she's able to do and how he's ready to take the department to a greater height. Continue to do the good work. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. We appreciate.
Thank you very much, Surveyor Chris Onwogu. Next is an award to Mr. Uchenna George Okibo. We equally ask or plead with Professor Theophilus Okebo rather, to stay back to present this memorabilia to Mr. Uchenna George Okibo.
The last one, yeah. Last one.
Yes, standing on the existing protocol, I have the singular honor to present this award on behalf of the Department of Accountancy, Nnamdi Azikiwe University, Awka, to Uchenna George Okibo, FCA, FCTI, in recognition of your outstanding contributions to the accounting profession, leadership, development, and community advancement. I hereby present the award.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Standing on the already established protocol, my name is Abiahomeri Fidelis, FCA. I'm here to represent Dr. Uchenna Okibo, who for exigencies of his office could not make it down to Awka today to receive this award in person. Dr. Uchenna Okibo is the senior partner and the head of assurance services with Grant Thornton, one of the big accounting and auditing firms in Nigeria. And in that capacity, he has secured a good number of positions for graduates of accounting from this department. And he has been also one of the supportive pillars for whatever we do regarding our department and also in terms of education. He is a philanthropist, and based on that, he has been recognized in his village, in his hometown, Ojoto, as the Ononenyi no Joto, and then also in Lagos, the people of Ebasa, Ijegu, and Satellite Town gave him a title as in recognition of what he has been doing as the Atulushe of Ebasa, Ijegu, and Satellite Town. And for this very conference today, he has charged me to extend his appreciation and his acceptance of this award, and to also extend his appreciation to the HOD for finding him worthy of that. And to this, he's supporting us with a sum of 2 million naira.
The sum of 2 million naira. Our students, I hope you are not here with us. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. We appreciate it.
There's been a lot of toasting. Lots of guys have been up to her, but she told them she was waiting for the one that God was sent to fulfill a kind of craving, a special kind of loving. One with not to understand you. Come rain, come shine. People started to say that she wanted more than a Mr. Right. All that she wanted was a man that sees the light. They say she's a fool for being uptight, when all that she wants is good love, love be right. Special kind of girl, hard to come by. This kind of girl that you might want to make my wife. You're the one, say no more. Don't bother about what the people say. That's how you say it. Every time that I look into your eyes, I see fire in there. And if you look into my eye, you see desire in there.
Alright, we'll continue with the memorabilia presentation. Next, may I call on Dr. Emeka Awka for his award. He's being represented by Engineer Uchenna Onyedowa. May I call on Professor Awka to please do us the honor of presenting the award to Dr. Emeka Awka.
Hug up my fiance, why you take like Beyonce? I'm tempted to touch now. My fingers twisted like if I hit it. She told my love down low. She talks out of she won't know.
On existing protocol, on behalf of the Department of Accountancy, I, Professor Tocho Glory Ojokafo, present this distinguished merit award to Emeka Awka, PhD, DIC, FNSE, FNHTE, MD, Chief Executive, FEMA, in recognition of your excellence in civil engineering and professional leadership. And I hereby present this award this day of June 2026.
Okay, permit me to stand on the established protocols. On behalf of the Managing Director of FEMA, Engineer Dr. Chukwuemeka Awka, we say a very big thank you for this particular and spectacular recognition. The MD of FEMA extends his best wishes and congratulations on the success of this conference. He has equally asked me to let you know that he will send a token, an undisclosed token, to support the department. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Emeka Awka. Next is an award presentation to Barrister Echezoba Chukwudi Etiaba, a senior advocate of Nigeria. He is being represented by Mr. Chris Igwe. May I call on Professor Patrick Ebunike to please do us the honor of presenting this award to Barrister Etiaba.
Hey,
excellence in legal advocacy and professional leadership to Barrister Echozoba Chukwudi Etiaba, SAN, FCIRB, Fellow of Chartered of Arbitration, by the Department of Accountancy on this 17th June 2026. Congratulations.
What you say I do. But before we walk down the aisle, I just wanna let you know that you're the finest. Like you be the finest being I've seen, you're the brightest. The way you the shine, you the bling like me, you're the highest. When it comes to rating, you're the lead. My princess, my only one lover. Girl, I just wanna let you know that no one be like you. See, I don't go different places, I've seen many faces. No one be like you. So they can't replace you, 'cause you are a blessing. No one be like you. You're driving me crazy, 'cause you are my baby. No one be
Thank you very much for this award. I'm here representing Barrister Echezona Etiaba, standing on already established protocol. We would like to appreciate the Department of Accountancy with a token of 500,000. Thank you so much.
We appreciate Barrister Echezona Etiaba for his immense support to the department. Next is a presentation of awards to Chief Ifeanyi Chukwu Obiako, the Senior Advocate of Nigeria. He will be represented by Mrs. Gloria Moneke. May I call on Professor Francis Ude to please do us the honor of presenting this memorabilia to Chief Obiako.
Good afternoon, everyone. Standing on the existing protocol, I have the singular honor to present this award to Chief Ifeanyi Chukwu Obiako, Senior Advocate of Nigeria, an award of excellence in legal advocacy and professional leadership, presented this day, 17th June 2026, to Chief Ifeanyi Chukwu Obiako San by the Department of Accountancy, Faculty of Management Sciences, Nnamdi Azikiwe University. We say congratulations for this award. God bless you.
Do us the honor of presenting presenting this memorabilia to Chief Sake Moneke.
I once again appreciate the Department of Accountancy, the head of the department for this privilege, second privilege given to me to present this award to Chief Sake Moneke. The Department of Accountancy, Nnamdi Azikiwe University, hereby award this pledge for the excellency of Chief Sake Moneke in legal practice and the community leadership. This day, 17th June 2026. We say congratulations to Chief Sake Moneke. Congratulations.
Professor Oguno, members of the high table, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Barrister Nnamdi. With me is Barrister Obinna Okeke, and we are representing Barrister G.U. Mono. Let me start by apologizing for his absence. He couldn't make it due to an emergency that came up this morning. That's why he's absent. And I will also wish to extend his profound gratitude to this wonderful award that has been given to him by the Department of Accountancy. He also said that later he will send in his support. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Chief Moneke. Next is on a very special note, the presentation of a memorabilia to one of our lead paper presenters who has laid a solid foundation for this conference, has taught us, has given us great insight, a great teacher, and someone who has stand in the defense of the nation. Here is to call on Major General Charles Ofoche, retired, for the presentation of this memorabilia. May I now call on the Dean of the Faculty of Management Sciences, Professor Francis Mwambo, to do us the honor of presenting this memorabilia to our lead paper presenter too.
My Major General, I salute you, sir. I don't know where to start and where to begin. I'll say that it's an honor for me to present this to you from the Department of Accountancy, Award of Excellence. And this is all-round excellence. I congratulate you for that. And did I also touch on your paper? It was equally excellent. Thank you, sir. We shall always be proud of you. And God bless you.
It's who I run to Royal Fathers, the faculty of Nnamdi Azikiwe University, all protocols duly and respectfully observed. Great Nigerian students, great Nigerian students, great Nigerian students. It gives me great pleasure to receive this award. I'm super excited. Thank you for finding me worthy to be in your midst. I've transitioned from khaki life to academia now. so I assure you, whenever you want me, I'll make myself available. And from my little foundation, I shall extend my gestures to the faculty. But you know, as public, we don't announce anything in the open. It will come to you in due season. Thank you. God bless you.
Thank you immensely, our teacher and resource person, Major General Charles Ofoche, retired. Thank you for enriching this program with your insights and your presentation. Paparazzi. Let's now hear from Professor Suleiman Arowa, a professor of finance and accounting from the Nasarawa State University. He has been online and we've kept him waiting for more than 30 minutes. Prof, we want to apologize to you profusely for keeping you, but let's now have the audio-visual citation and then you can come forward. We will now listen to him while he talks to us.
Profile of Professor Suleiman
thank you very much,
FCNA, FCTI,
the Vice Chancellor and very distinguished personalities at this conference. I want to join other participants to congratulate the department, by extension the faculty, for holding this 7th International Conference. I have been invited to speak on shaping Africa's future through accounting, governance, technology, and sustainable business management. It is my great privilege to address this conference on this topic. The topic is timely, and there is also a presumption that for us to shape Africa, or the future of Africa, depends on strong accounting system, governance, technology, and adoption of sustainable business management. This presumption is correct, particularly looking at Africa today. Africa today stands at a historic crossroads. And it's very obvious that the decision we make today on these 4 issues will determine whether future generations will inherit prosperity or continue like us to grapple with underdevelopment. In this presentation, I will attempt to explore how accounting, governance, technology, and sustainable business management collectively serve as the foundation for Africa transformation in the 21st century. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, Africa stands at a defining moment. The integration of accounting, governance, and technology and sustainability have the potential to determine its future. Africa is a home to about 1.5 billion people, vast mineral resources, fertile agricultural lands, growing urban centers, and one of the youngest populations in the world. Yet, as we all know, potential alone does not guarantee progress. History has shown that nations prosper not because of resources alone, but because of the systems through which those resources are managed. The future, of course, belongs to countries that can effectively combine accountability, innovation, transparency, and sustainability. I have no doubt that if we consider the Africa's development paradox, sorry, I might have to reload this slide, it's not moving. Now, if we consider Africa's development paradox, we will understand that despite our abundant resources, many countries in Africa are still poor, our citizens are unemployed, corruption is still pervading our systems, we have infrastructure deficits, and our institutions are weak. So the issue in Africa is not absence of resources. The issue, therefore, as this paper has hypothesized, is the absence of effective governance systems that are capable of translating the resources that we have in abundance into sustainable development outcomes. What it means is that this development paradox calls for stronger institutions, better accountability mechanisms, and evidence-based policy making. A country that is resource rich, a continent that is resource rich, yet with governance challenges, infrastructure deficits, and weak institutional systems, cannot have a picture of prosperity without strengthening the thesis of this paper, which are the 4 pillars that the organizers of this conference have put forward for me to talk about. We will require accounting intelligence, governance, technology, of course, sustainable business management. The central argument of this paper is straightforward. It is just to say Africa's future depends on 4 interconnected pillars. First is a robust accounting system. Second, effective governance institutions. Third, a technology-driven transformation. And of course, lastly, sustainable business management. It is these 4 pillars that will work collectively to create a development ecosystem that will generate the prosperity, attract the investment, and of course improve the quality of life of our citizens in Africa. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we have always known that accounting is a development language. And indeed, traditionally, those of us who are schooled in accounting have always viewed accounting as a technical discipline that is concerned with bookkeeping and financial reporting. Today is more than that. Today, accounting that we know yesteryear has changed in the 21st century. And it is now a transparency tool. Our IFSAs, our IFRS have enhanced the level of transparency of financial reporting quality. Accounting now is an accountability system. We now report issues that are financial, issues that are forward-looking, including sustainability issues. Accounting has gone beyond technical discipline to address issues of decision intelligence. There's hardly any decision we make at the public sector, private sector level today that is not driven heavily with accounting information. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, and very fundamentally, accounting is now the provider of the trust framework for the citizens to believe in the system. For instance, if we take the issue of government trusts, governments rely on accounting information for budgeting. If we take the investors, they rely on accounting information for capital allocation. And for citizens, they rely on accounting information for public accountability. The four issues that form the thesis of this paper requires financial governance systems. And that is also about accounting, transparency, accountability, rule of law, and ethical leadership. Leadership that is transparent, that is accountable, and compliant with the rule of law will be said to be ethical. We need institutional accountability, and what that means is that we must run our economies through strong institutions, not strong individuals, and also under effective governance frameworks. Today, the issues, the challenge of budget inefficiency cannot continue in Africa, and yet we get the kind of sustainable future that we are trying to shape for Africa. We can't continue with weak audits and expect a sustainable African future. The solution, therefore, is that we must adopt digital systems. We must adopt open data and, of course, performance budget. If the whole governance is about how we raise money, how we spend money, based on the budget that the government present before Parliament and get approval, it means if we don't have strong budgeting systems and process, we can hardly attain spending efficiency. The quality of our spending will definitely be expected. And of course, it means that there will be wastes, and the quantum magnitude of services we give to the citizens cannot measure up in terms of value for money. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, for me, Africa has a unique opportunity to leapfrog from the traditional development barriers to technology. We are talking today about artificial intelligence. We can leverage on artificial intelligence to improve policy decisions. We can leverage on blockchain to strengthen transparency. We can leverage on big data to improve our planning. We can use digital platforms to expand financial inclusion. So the technology as an enabler is a very important determinant of shaping Africa's future. Again, we talk about digital public finance. E-budgeting is very important. Integrated financial management information system also very important. Real-time tracking of our revenues and spending very, very important. And of course, digital audit trails. These are accounting issues, and these are value propositions that we can get from strong accounting systems and governance. Ladies and gentlemen, the language of the world today is about sustainability, and accounting has also keyed in. Today, we are talking about business being run not just because they want to make profits. That performance of the business cannot be just on profit. It has to create value across multiple dimensions. There must be economic value, there must be social value, there must be environmental value. And that is why today, central to accounting emergence in the 21st century, we are now talking about sustainability reporting standards, sustainability reporting assurance, and how it can further improve the financial reporting quality. ESG transformation is related to this sustainability regime. Environmental, social, and governance considerations have also become central to corporate strategy. Today, investors are increasingly evaluating organizations based on ESG performance, not on profitability. And it's becoming very obvious that companies that ignore sustainability risk may lose access to capital. There is a lot of force from the investors. Investors are demanding ESG transformation. There is a global pressure for our continent to embrace climate change, climate finance dynamics in terms of carbon reporting. There is a pressure, and I'm happy Africa will slowly embracing it. Nigeria being the first to adopt sustainability reporting standards, followed by 5 other countries, Tanzania, Kenya, South Africa, slowly adopting it is the way to go. And the adoption of these standards will help the ESG transformation in Africa. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, climate finance has become central today to what we do. We are talking about climate adaptation and mitigation. Adaptation funding, whether local or international, have become the central innovative sources of funding budgets today. Green bonds, climate risk disclosure have become central demand on Africa today. Ladies and gentlemen, today we are talking about budget tracking, climate tracking of our budgets, that states, countries of the world should prepare budget based on how we respond to climate change. And today people are talking about how do we tap climate finance with all the opportunity it has to finance renewable energy projects, sustainable agriculture, green infrastructure, and climate adaptation programs. We in Africa can have a better future and prosperity if we position ourselves as a major beneficiary of global climate finance mechanisms. What will be the role of accountants, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen? Today, the role of accountants have moved away from bookkeeping. We are now demanded to provide governance advice. The National Code for Corporate Governance in Nigeria and the codes across the world, Ghana and South Africa, are now looking for accountants to build the expertise, the skills to become governance advisors. They are now asking us accountants to become risk managers. They are also demanding in our profession that we should become sustainable assurers and sustainable reporters. We can't dodge from this if the future of Africa needs to be changed in the 21st century and beyond. Accountants now, in responding to this demand, we need digital literacy, we need forensic accounting, we need sustainability reporting. Again, the 4 factors that the organizers of this conference have brought forward as basis for determinants of shaping Africa's future have become very, very germane. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, if you talk about sustainable business management, you can talk about entrepreneurship. And it remains one of the Africa's strongest development engines. More than 90% of businesses across African countries are small and medium enterprises. They are the engine room for entrepreneurship. But these SMEs require supportive ecosystems. They need access to capital, to finance. They need technology infrastructure. They need regulatory support. And of course, business development services. There's no way Africa will build a sustainable business management practice without these requirements that are targeted at addressing the challenges of small and medium enterprises in Africa. Of course, when we do that, sustainable entrepreneurship will create jobs, will stimulate innovation, and will drive inclusive growth. Most importantly, when we strengthen governance and technology, we build what we call trust economy. And trust is one of the valuable assets in any economy today. Investors will invest where there's trust institutions. Citizens will cooperate when they trust their government. Businesses will expand where they trust regulatory systems. Technology combined with good governance will create transparency. And in transparency, itself will build trust. Trust will definitely accelerate African development. The summary of my presentation today is that with accounting systems, strong accounting systems, strong governance, adoption of strong technology enablers, and building sustainable business practices will build what I would call a strong economy. And that strong economy will mean that when we have strong governance technology, we will build institutional trust. And it's very, very important. And today it's lacking in Africa and in all the countries in Africa. What are my policy recommendations from this paper? One is digital transparency. From the point of budget, from the point of spending, from the point of revenue, we must create a digital platform to transparently inform our citizens, inform stakeholders on how our governments are performing. The age when everybody will construct a road in Africa and tell us how much they have spent without telling us the quality of roads and how much they have spent per kilometer is gone. The citizens must trust their government, and the trust can be earned if we adopt digital transparency. Africa cannot be left behind in ESG adoption.